Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, mis queridísimos papirrines, aquí despiertos desde temprano, en mínimo con el tiempo de California, ¿no? Despertándonos a las 4 de la mañana, son las 6:30 ahorita, dándole al en vivo para estar con ustedes y poder compartir las aventuras en el casino del tío Salo, como de que no, por supuesto, como siempre les traigo a Alex y a Farhan, y les quiero decir a todos los que quieran aprender más y quieren unirse a nuestra comunidad, nuestro Discord es absolutamente gratis, está aquí abajo en la parte de la descripción para que todos ustedes puedan acompañarnos y ser parte de esto en Elite Trading Academy y puedan aprender con nosotros, divertirse con nosotros. Y recuerden, todo lo que le estamos diciendo no es consejo de inversión, simplemente estamos platicando de las tonterías que nosotros hacemos y también estamos analizando tablas en vivo con ustedes para poder, ahora sí que todo lo que nos pregunten. Ya saben, déjenme una tabla acá, vamos a contestar todas las preguntas de los miembros del canal de YouTube. Vamos a ir uno por uno, una por persona, simplemente para poder tener un buen flow de personas. Y también les tengo que decir, a las 7 de la mañana, en 20 y tantos minutos, voy a desaparecer tantito. Tengo una llamada importante. Entonces, no sé cuánto vaya a tomar. Espero que no sea larga. Debería simplemente poder ser algo que hagamos en 15 minutos. Pero cuando hablas con un abogado, quieren que les pagues más dinero. Entonces puede que se tarde más. Establecer nuevas empresas y estas mamadas siempre es una gran piña en el culo del tío Salo. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, vayamos a las tablas. Vamos a traerles a Farhan, vamos a traerles a Alex y empezamos inglés. Recuerden que les traduzco después español. Boys, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm good. Great. How are you guys?
Doing great. Doing great. Feeling good.
Feeling good. Feeling good. I'm stretching like an old man that I am. So I'm ready. I'm feeling it today. I think today's going to be a good day right here to look at some charts. Please, dear God, let us see the best charts out there and let them just not send us the same 3 charts that we always look at. Come on. I know you can do this. I know you're hearing me, dude. Stop ignoring me. Hey. No. All right. Oh my God. Are you guys ready for the first one? Are you guys ready for the first one? Rivian.
Rivian, of course.
And by the way, the question is, do you still trust the company long term? Which, by the way, if I trusted the company long term 3 months ago, my long term still that I trust this company. Now, the price of the shares, we're going to analyze right now. Alex is going to do it. But you know what I'm saying? Like, if you, this is something that's been established here. I like Rivian personally. I don't know about you guys. I love cars. I understand the industry. I think Rivian is just going to be a shining star in the future here. It's just people that price dips a little bit under the whatever they bought and they started to freak out. That has nothing to do with the company, but I'll say that. Yeah. Alex, you want to start? Okay.
Yeah.
And then, by the way, the second one is Bitcoin, so it's good. Might be just perfect for what we're gonna do. But if not, there's also XRP. It depends on where I'm gonna leave you guys. All righty.
Yeah, sounds good.
Let's get it.
Cool. So this is Rivian on the weekly. We are analyzing this potential range break here. You can see the chop though on the weekly chart pretty evidently. You know, this chop's mainly constituted from we rally to the EMA 9 on the weekly, reject it, rally up to it, reject it, and then rally and reject again. And then now we're rallying back up to it. You know, this is a big spot on the weekly. Not only do we have the 9, but we have the 21 kind of all just corresponding here. We also have this 9 flipping the 21. This is kind of what gave us this big pump. And we can see it's still above the 21, giving us more bullish bias. You know, when you don't see things fully break down here, you have to kind of ask yourself, like, why is this more tempting bears to short while, right, this is blowing off steam to get the oscillators reset for bulls? Potentially. This weekly is actually going to be highly interesting to see. If we can get back above the 21 and the 9 and actually hold it, right? We don't want something where we closed above it and then kind of deviated from it the next following week. If we can actually hold we'll call it the weekly 9 on a weekly closure, I do think this will have steam then to fill this inefficiency up and potentially go up to $15.26. A nice move on Rivian overall. You know, we're talking about a potential 9% move on a trade that's very clean. So that's something I'd be watching for today. We want to see where this weekly is going to close. Not only are we above the 9 and the 21 pretty nicely, but we're also forming this almost hammerhead on the weekly. Strong. We can see last time we did form a candle, we got the follow through of the following week. The issue was it wasn't sustainable. While we're looking at BBWP, this is kind of going into my theory of, this kind of chop here is exactly what bulls want to see to kind of reset these the BBWP and potentially get more momentum back on their side. And we can see now it's heavily coming down nicely. And this is kind of what you'd want to see for a potential spring up. Let me go here. We'll look at the monthly, but as of now, I mean, there's still 17 days, so a lot could happen. This is a nice candle formation on the monthly. You can see, when we came down, nice little bear trap, in my opinion, because we essentially formed a spring to shoot up. This monthly can turn nice. We can't disregard the monthly 9 resistance and the fact that this is the first month where we lost the 9 here after it was reclaimed. When I see something like this where we rally up, we reclaim the EMA 9 on a monthly, and then we dump and lose it again, we have to first look at this as a bearish retest. I think that would be more responsible than to assume that it's going to break this $14.43 region. So, I mean, considering we're at $14.02, it would probably be wise to see where this goes today. What bulls don't want to see here is potentially a rally up into this today, leading to a rejection where we do then end up closing under the weekly EMA 9. In my opinion, the weekly looks good, but the monthly is still something to at least acknowledge and understand kind of where we are in the chart. You can front run this, but then you run the risk of it rejecting. And for me, I don't like doing that. So it's more in a precarious spot, but that is something I'd watch for today, is just that $14.50 zone. I think it's going to be a big spot for Rivian if it even gets above there, because then that could have implications for the weekly closing good. And if the weekly closes good, then we have to then assume that the daily is going to be, giving more momentum to bulls. We can see here the chop in real time. All this is just chopping, but you can see here we're not getting any follow through of any downside. In my opinion, when you're getting these three candles down on the daily and then we engulf it in one day, this is just chop. We come down and then boom, shoot back up, come down, shoot back up. Yesterday's daily candle more closed as a doji, more indecision. What I can say here with this doji is we lost the 21, so that's something to point out. We are still holding above the EMA 100 and the 9. Both an area that is what you'd want to hold. The 21 getting lost is just an area to be cautious about, and then that's also an indication we'll probably go and test the 9 again. Assuming that we do reclaim the 21 would be good, since this 21 is an area where we basically chop, and we just chop and kind of lose it. The idea would then be, we'd want this 21 to be flipped. Each time it gets reclaimed, it deviates down. Reclaim deviates down. So if it gets reclaimed again, we'd expect a back test of this, but we'd want this to get reclaimed and actually hold. We wouldn't want this scenario. And oftentimes when you get these kind of like, okay, it happened once, it's happened twice, usually in the third one, it's the real move. Now, is that the real deviation down to range breakdown, or is this going to actually hold this time? And we can see, as of now, it looks like it's holding. We want to see where it closes. And we also, though, ideally, if we do go under the 21, then we have to look at the 9 as the next target, which is lining up perfectly with the EMA 100, my green line, right? We want to be above that. If we're above the 9 and the 100, to me, that this is just blowing off steam for potentially the next leg higher. When I say blowing off steam, you can see this in real time. Since we were basically not even hitting extremes, this chop, even this move up here, all it did was lower BBWP. And now we're almost pressing, below 8% currently, almost. We're at 8.7. To me, this is interesting to see because this is exactly what bulls want. They want the chop. They want bears to short the breakdown, to failed breakdown. And oftentimes when you see this kind of price action, a big move will happen. I'm curious to see here how the Bollinger Bands are looking, especially on the daily. Excuse me. And what this chop often does here that many forget about is all it does is it starts tightening the Bollinger Bands. They're not pinching yet, which they can be over time, which tells me that we still could see more chop here. All this will do, though, is, again, lower momentum, make the Bollinger Bands tighter for a potentially breakout to the upside. So, in summary, we want to watch the reaction of this 21 today. If we lose the 21 again, we have to look at the 9 and the 100. These are the EMA 100 and the EMA 9. And what's nice about this, and it makes it easy, is it's lining up again with the meme line. This is good confluence at this spot. $13.70 to $13.60 is a big level for Rivian. If it does lose the EMA 100, the 9, and also the meme line resistance, we have to look at it as a breakdown. The issue is that thesis has been getting bears chopped out. So if we're running with that, we have to have our risks extremely tight and not be stingy to cutting the trade if we're wrong. But overall, it's looking good. It's looking like it's giving bulls more of the higher leg up. We can see here after making this low, we made a high and we never broke this low, potentially forming structure. If this is going to be some kind of shift break and trend shift, we'd expect this high to basically get broken, corresponding with this $15.30 target. So overall, it's looking interesting to me. One more thing is I'm going to look at the crosses, and as of right now, we do have the 55 going under, or the 55 is going above the 21. In my opinion, that's not the best sign. That's the silver cross to the downside. But also, what we have here is the 9 is still under basically the 55, potentially giving this more of a corrective stance, even though there is a silver cross to the downside. And essentially, you would expect, it's just be choppy because of this is where we're at. But we can't disregard that silver cross to the downside. That is fresh right now. But it is pretty weak, in my opinion, considering this 9 should be more above here. And price is already pressing above the 55. Closing above this and then moving up will invalidate the silver cross. So is this just one, kind of trap and choppiness while we form structure to potentially make that next leg higher? To me, it's looking more like that, but we'll get more data, especially on this weekly closure. Because what we don't want is this EMA 9 to basically get tested again and it flipping into resistance.
And just to add a little bit to what you're saying, Rivian, when he dumps, it normally goes up in the morning. Like when it opens strong and you see like gains in the morning, it's to get people in and say, all right, here we go. And then it drops and it's Friday, it's closing of the week. Like, so yeah, I think it's more important than that normal, what we're seeing with the price action and where the averages are. And also at the same time, on the other side, if you want a bull argument on the daily, you're making an inverse head and shoulders. It's a tight one, but you are like that middle part where you were, like the left, that go down. That's the head. And then on the left, that super green candle, that's the first shoulder. And on the other side, that's the obvious other shoulder. It's really tight, but it's still, you can still consider that an inverse head and shoulders because price never goes on either shoulder above the actual head.
I see. Yeah, and that's a good observation because for me, I only watch Bitcoin, so I don't have more of an intuition with certain stocks like I do with Bitcoin. But that thesis does hold up because we are basically pressing the 9. We also have this 34 here. This EMA 34 is a pretty big level. What's nice about this chart though is this basically multi-week chop here essentially is getting these EMAs super tight. What we don't have is something like this where they're spread out far. It gives bulls, it's a harder chance to get above. When you get these kind of tight EMAs essentially all bundled up, this makes it easier for bulls potentially to reclaim them, but it also solidifies the resistance and can make it a little harder as well. Meaning, when you get all those clusters of EMAs lined up right next to the meme line, oftentimes it solidifies the resistance for me. But getting back above these would mean we're now, right, if it can close above even $14.05, we're now above the 9. We've reclaimed the weekly 34 and also the 21. And that would also mean on the daily, that we've reclaimed the daily EMA 34 as well, a point that's been kind of a resistance level for this chart. And then also we'd essentially invalidate that silver cross because then we'd also whatever claimed the 55. So, overall, it's a pretty big day today for Rivian. And I think how it closes today will have more of an implication on next week. Watch closely. We can argue too, this is just some what's it called? Basically, it's just forming like a wedge here. I won't draw it here, but others can just do that themselves from this wick high to here and then just make the base there. But yep, for me, let's just see where it closes. This is the area where we don't want it to reject. This rejection here could potentially make this weekly turn less pretty, and we could just form a doji here. If this weekly does turn red, though, especially after 6 hours, which I do think is a little more unlikely, but wouldn't be the most craziest thing we've seen, then this is a bearish retest, and we're now getting that follow through down, and we'll have to look for that $12.32 region to potentially get tapped. And remember, we've been front running that zone. So getting it right down there would probably give us a reaction. What we don't want to see is a reaction back up to resistance, flipping this actually more into resistance, forming almost like a bearish retest again to more downside. That move up gives us fuel to go more down. But for now, we're just in a range and we're pressing resistance now. Closures back above $14.05 will be a really good sign.
Perfecto. Thank you so much. Alrighty, I'll explain this, and then I think we're going to be able to just go into Bitcoin, leave you guys to do that, and then I'll be right back. Cool. Alrighty. Vale. Una cosa que quiero decir, cuando preguntan, ¿sigues confiando a largo plazo en la empresa? ¿Qué ha cambiado? Esa es la primera pregunta que tengo, porque muchos de ustedes se ponen nerviosos cuando baja tantito el precio de algo y no está subiendo, pompeando. No tiene absolutamente nada que ver con los fundamentos de la empresa, dónde está parada, lo que está haciendo, la marca que ha creado, etcétera. A menos de que algo potente pase, ¿no? Y obviamente yo sería el primero en decirles, porque sería como una buena noticia, o sea, no buena noticia, pero algo que contarles. Claro que sigo creyendo a largo plazo con la empresa. Y ahora, vamos a ver el precio de hoy, que no tiene absolutamente nada que ver con mi confianza a largo plazo en la empresa, ¿ok? Solamente quiero decir eso. Y ahora no te estoy diciendo pon tu dinero en Rivian que te vas a sacar la lotería. Me estás preguntando si confío en la empresa y lo que van a hacer y si van a ser exitosos. Completamente lo creo. Pero bueno, vamos a esto. Estamos viendo Rivian, lo voy a poner primero en la mensual y voy a aprender y ahí está, lo tienen. Seguimos en esta situación donde podemos ver que estamos peleándonos en contra de esta resistencia, básicamente, y cuando les pongo sobre todo mis promedios, pueden ver que estamos abajo del promedio del 9 en la mensual. El promedio del 9 está en los 14.41. Rivian está cotizando en este momento en 13.84. Algo que se me hace muy importante para que todos ustedes sepan es cuando Rivian tiene una muy buena mañana, una buena abierta de mercado, normalmente, no estoy diciendo todo el tiempo, pero las probabilidades favorecen a que va a cerrar en negativo. Porque cuando Rivian te vende de 20, es porque te quieren vender, ¿no? Y cuando Rivian abre bajo, normalmente es cuando puedes tener una mejor expectativa. Y esto es importante por todo lo que vamos a discutir en este momento. De nuevo, estando abajo del 9 y que el 9 está abajo del 21, es una señal bajista y esto es la mensual, lo que nos dice movimientos para adelante no en un mes, 2 meses, estamos hablando de 6 meses, 1 año. Es básicamente cuando volteas a ver una tabla, digamos 6 meses, que sea por ahí. Cuando volteas a ver la semanal, estás hablando de meses. Aquí sí, estás hablando ya de algo más cercano, pero no es al día. Estamos justamente peleándonos y acabamos de perder la 9, que es justo lo que Alex estaba diciendo, que no quieres perder el promedio de los 9, que está en 13.90. Una vez más, el precio de Rivian está en 13.85. Y lo que menos quieres perder es el 21, que está en 13.62. Esta es una vela semanal y es importante porque si quieres ser alcista en esto, a, digamos, un corto, mediano plazo, en las próximas semanas a un mes, mes y medio, necesitas que esto salga para adelante. ¿Por qué? Vienes de un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido en la semanal, donde tienes este pompazo, pero también tienes un alto más bajo. O sea, este alto y luego tienes este alto que es mucho más bajo, como pueden ver por acá. ¿Ok? Entonces, si estamos abajo de la 9, nos muestra debilidad. El el que el 9 esté arriba del 21 nos dice que hay tantita fuerza y buen momentum, pero si pierdes el 21 el día de hoy, si tienes un cierre abajo de los 13.60, digamos que no se vería bien la cosa para Rivian y no estarías tan alcista y sobre todo poniendo atención a esta estructura, le daría más validez a este alto con este alto más bajo. Y entonces empezarías a buscar un alto más bajo por acá, a la zona de los 12 sería el siguiente objetivo de precio en esta ecuación. Ahora, cuando ponemos a ver la diaria, nos cuenta un poco de la misma historia y simplemente les quiero enseñar esto. Pueden ver cómo él está bajando ahora. You see how it's fucking coming down? A piece of shit. Ok, en la diaria, y les voy a quitar estos dibujitos, tenemos un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Esa es una posibilidad, ¿ok? Que sería un patrón alcista para la gente que no está familiarizado. Ok, les voy a dibujar primero el patrón. Tienes esta caída, hasta acá es el primer hombro, hasta acá arriba. Luego tienes la cabeza, que es un poco sucio el movimiento porque está no tan abajo del otro hombro y no es tan obvio, que llega hasta acá. Y luego tienes el segundo hombro que está acá. ¿Ok? Solamente para que lo puedan identificar. Normalmente parece un pene con bolas. Ahí está. Entonces, ¿cómo lo mides? ¿Qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Pones el primer hombro al cuello y acá. Básicamente, simplemente romper esta resistencia que es Rivian está cayendo ahora en los 13.80. Es justamente lo que estaba diciendo, que normal le gusta hacer este tipo de trampas, pero todavía es muy temprano, lo que podría ser todavía mejor para el precio de que te hayan vendido al principio de la subida, porque normalmente a Rivian le gusta ser agresivo y predatorio en este tipo de movimientos. Tenemos que esperar y ver cómo se da el día de hoy. Yo creo que el cierre de hoy es lo más importante para el precio de esta acción. Ahora, ¿dónde está tu objetivo en esto? Siempre agarras el punto más bajo, la cabeza, el más alto, y lo juntas con esto. Y digamos que si rompes acá a la alza, justamente, y esto me gusta, hay confluencia acá donde puede irse el precio hasta los 16.13. Pero recuerda, si el movimiento no se da y se pierde, tienes el mismo movimiento contrario y todavía lo peor de eso es que hay confluencia a llevarte al 12, que es el nivel que tengo yo en la tabla también. Cuando ponemos nuestros promedios para ver qué es exactamente lo que está pasando por acá, podemos ver, es que vea qué perfecto tocó esto. Cuando ves el promedio por acá, estás arriba del 9, arriba del 100, arriba del 21 y abajo del 55. Acá hubo un cruce plateado, un Silver Cross a la baja, que si el precio sube y gana los 13.80, 13.90, pues puede que invalidemos este cruce a la baja en la diaria y esto haya sido todo el downside que vio y probablemente se vaya para arriba. Pero si sigues cayendo y pierdes los EMAs y de nuevo la zona del 13.60 se me hace importantísima, si llegas a cerrar abajo del 13.60, esto se convierte en algo negativo y tu siguiente objetivo serían los $12. Entonces, para resumirte todo esto, volteas a ver la semanal y te das cuenta que el 21 está en los 13.60, volteas a ver en la mensual y estás abajo del 9 que está en los 14.40. Esto podría ser una señal mala. Tienes que esperar a ver cómo cierra el día de hoy y lo que quieres que haga es que simplemente cierre encima de los 13.60. Si no cierras arriba de los 13.60, está demostrando debilidad Rivian y probablemente el siguiente objetivo sería los 12. Si puedes romper esta línea acá y cerrar arriba de los 14 con 11 centavos, muy probablemente tengas una más alta, tienes una más alta probabilidad de irte a los 16. Entonces, pendientes a este cierre. Me voy a mi llamada y los dejo con Farhan y con Alex presentando Bitcoin. Hit it, boys. Give it to me, the Bitcoin chart, and I'll leave you here.
I'll start with mine and then I'll start with
Now we're seeing like a lot of the electric car companies perform well. It makes me wonder if, and you would know this, Alejandro, if like they're catching a bid more because, and like when I looked at Lucid looking really good, if they're getting a bid because of the Kamala potentially winning or gaining more momentum after the debate. I don't know if her policies would be better for car companies.
No,
no.
Not for Rivian or for Tesla or for Lucid.
Okay. Then yeah, I don't know.
I'll be right back. You're doing Bitcoin. Here we go.
Cool. I'm unmuted. I had to make sure.
Huh.
But we're gonna start with Bitcoin on the weekly. So despite getting this bounce back, a bounce up this week, which is not even, it's not really a small bounce. It's about 6%, which is pretty massive on Bitcoin to happen like right away, since bouncing off the 55 EMA. But what makes this not as bullish as everybody is getting on crypto Twitter is that we're still rejecting this 5 EMA. And as long as we reject this, we have 2 days and 10 hours to go. As long as we're rejecting this, we're still in a downtrend, and pressure is still more towards the downside than it is towards the upside. And then we look at our momentum indicators. On the HPDR momentum, it is trying to flip back up a little bit, but it's still within the bearish control zone. And it went below this low over here. So let's see what happened with price. Price also made a lower low, so there's no divergence there. And volatility is starting to flip down as well. So whenever volatility flips down and momentum is flipped up, yeah, you should be looking for a corrective move towards the median. And right now, the median is sitting at, once again, this number is going to move down after the next weekly close. Because this is a weekly chart, so it's going to take a couple of bars to play out before it touches the median. Right now, the median sits at $42,500. I mean, $72,500. Very likely, it's going to come down towards the next weekly open somewhere between $65,000 and $61,000. And at that point, I would be looking for statistically likely a lower high because the volatility is pointed down. If volatility can start flipping up in the same direction as momentum, then you'd be looking for more of an impulsive move than a correction or a lower high. But as of now, we have volatility flipped down, so we should be expecting a lower high. Let me switch to the index. I'm going to go to the monthly. So right now on the monthly, we have a move down to fill a little bit of this wick from the last month, but we ended up making a higher low on the wick basis, and now we've reclaimed the 90 EMA. So as long as we're above the 90 EMA, it's not as bearish as everybody's making it out to be, because during this whole run up we've held 9, but it's not exactly bullish either because we're closed below the 5 EMA and we're rejecting it on a retap. So as long as we're below the 5 EMA and above the 9, we're in somewhat of a no man's land, where you wouldn't really want to take any trades in that area because it's too much risk to the upside and the downside. You would want to wait before you reclaim one of these EMAs, either close above the 5 or close below the 9. At that point, it'd be a much more high confidence position to be in. Let's go to the Tether dominance. So on Tether dominance right now, on this monthly candle, we had a sharp move up to fill a little bit of this wick on the previous, but now we're rejecting the median. As long as we reject the median, we have 17 days and 10 hours to go, which is an eternity in crypto. But as long as we reject the median, we have a statistical likelihood of testing this bottom 38.2%. Which right now is at 5.5%. No, it's 5.05%. So and you have to subtract this from 100. So you would have a 61.8% chance of hitting this area as long as we reject from the median. If we do close over the median, right now the median's at 6.06%, we would have that same percent likelihood of hitting the top of the 38.2%, which right now is at 8.21%. And if that were to happen, it would be a very significant move down for crypto, because the Tether dominance would be moving up about almost 37%. No, actually a little bit more than 37%. It'd be about 38.5%. So Bitcoin is probably going to move down a similar amount if that were to happen. But as of now, the statistical likelihood is that we test the bottom, because not only are we rejecting the median, but we're making a little bit of a shooting star candle right here while also rejecting the median. So if you go off candlestick theory or you go off of the HPDR, you'd have a high likelihood of coming back down to retest this area as long as we close this candle like this. Let's go to the quarterly. The quarterly is looking pretty bullish though. The quarterly has reclaimed all of the major EMAs and it's currently still above the 9 EMA, and it's breaking above this meme line right here. So very likely, if we break above this meme line and close the quarterly above it, we would test this top of the meme line. This one right here. But it's not a very high likelihood that we would come towards this area because we'd be above the 95%. So we'd have a very, very low statistical probability of continuation from there. So what I would expect is we hit this meme line right here, reject a little bit, and start consolidating between these two lines while these ranges move up. And then at that point, Tether dominance would be able to move higher. But until then, you'd have to assume consolidation somewhere between these lines as long as we're in the 95% range. For the weekly on Tether dominance, the weekly closed above the blue 38.2 zone, which is considered the breakout zone. But right now we're getting a sharp rejection and a move down, and we're bouncing off of the 5 EMA and the top blue 38.2 zone. If we do break below this 38.2 zone and then the 5 EMA, I like to see them when they're both like lined up with each other. That gives you very good confluence. So if we were to close below this area, we'd have a statistical likelihood of hitting the median, which right now is at 5.10, 5.10%. So if Tether dominance were to come down that much, that'd be almost a full percent down. We'd probably get that breakout on Bitcoin above the 60s. But as of right now, while we're bouncing above this top 38.2 zone, we shouldn't really be looking for that, and we should be looking for a correction on this before it moves higher and Bitcoin moves lower. We have no confirmations currently yet as of this morning. You go to the 5-day. The 5-day is bouncing off the median right now and this meme line, which is very nice to see them lined up for very good confluence. So as long as we're bouncing off the median, we have a statistical likelihood of hitting the top 38.2, which right now it's at 6.53%. So we're just watching and waiting for confirmations. Now let's check the RSI. Now first we'll do the momentum pivots. The index. Right now, monthly momentum is pointed heavily towards the downside as long as price is below $65,160. This number is going to go down on the next monthly close, but we wouldn't know where it's going to go down to until that monthly close happens. And what would be very bad for the bulls is if this number actually goes up. But right now, since we're breaking below the critical zone on the stochastic, it doesn't look like it's going to go up. It looks, personally, I'm biased towards this number coming down, because that's what usually happens whenever we break below the critical zone for the first time on the monthly, is that momentum becomes easier on the side of the bulls to push back up. We go to the weekly. Weekly right now is we're getting that volatility versus stochastic momentum setup, where volatility dropped below 15% and it stayed there for, let's see how many weeks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks with zero volatility, and now we're expanding. We're at 16.27%. Whenever you get one of those setups, you have I believe 80 to 85% statistical chance of price moving in towards the direction of momentum. And as of right now, momentum is pointed up while price is above $56,815 basically. And not only is it pointed up, but it's rejecting the bearish control zone. So bears try to push it within the bearish control zone, and they were not able to, and bulls push the price back up. And if it closes like this would be a pretty bullish setup for at least 30 to 35% towards the upside. And if we were to count that from volatility expansion, that is right over here on this red candle over here. That's volatility expansion. Let's get a measured move from there. So we would be expecting somewhere between $75,000 all the way up towards possibly $78,500 if this setup does play out like the statistical likelihood says it should, with volatility expansion and stochastic momentum pointed to the upside. Let's go to the 5-day. 5-day momentum is currently pointed down as long as price is below 60,085, or let's say 60,100 to be more safe. But because we're breaking within the, towards the bearish control zone, I would expect for the next 5-day open for this number to go down, and then we'd see if the bears can push it into the bearish control zone, or if the bulls take back over and price goes above this stochastic pivot. This, we wouldn't be able to know what price it would go down to. We'd have to watch it on the next 5-day open to see what the pivot is. Very likely it's going to be lower than this number though. Let's go to the 3-day. 3-day is going to flip up in 1 day and 10 hours as long as price is above $58,134. So let's just say $58,150. We're currently above that by around $150, which is not really that much. Bitcoin can sneeze and it'll lose $150. On the 2-day, we're about to flip freshly back up within the bearish control zone. Is it rejecting? Yeah, so we would be within the bearish control zone, which is a powerful momentum shift. Whenever you flip down within the bullish control zone or flip up within the bearish control zone. It's a momentum shift, and it's going to flip up as long as price is above $57,150. For the daily is pointed sharply to the upside as long as price is above $53,850, which we're significantly above right now. So as of right now, we have basically all of the time frames in agreement with each other. We have the daily, the 2-day, the weekly, and the 5-day all pointed in the same direction up. So we'd have to assume that statistically, the likelihood is that we push up until maybe the next resistance, which is for me around $60,600 to $60,700. We have to assume that we're gonna hit that area before any type of trend shift. If it gets above that or not, I'm not sure. We'd have to see the reaction at 60,600 to 60,700, see if we reject from there or if we end up finding some strength and consolidating around that zone. If we consolidate around that zone and hold it for a couple of closures, then I'd say that we probably move up to somewhere around the mid 60,000s, like the $65,000 area. But until then, we're just speculating. There's no confirmation yet. And we'll look at the RSI, and then I'll close it off there. So quarterly, currently on Bitcoin has hidden bullish divergence still. It has 3 drives, which has not been invalidated just yet. And now we're finding some support within the edge of the bullish control zone. So if we do break below that, then we have a statistical likelihood of hitting the middle zone. But as of right now, we are finding support at the bullish control zone. On the monthly, there was a little bit of hidden bullish divergence here, but it has been invalidated. There's nothing there. On the weekly, not much. Let's see, what does this close? This is 55,891. No, this is a higher low, so it's no divergence. 5-day, 3-day. Okay, so 3-day has confirmed fresh a drive of bullish divergence and is rejecting the bearish control zone. So our easy target is the middle zone right now, and the middle zone sits at 60,570, which aligns right with that 60,600 number that we were just talking about before. So we have a statistical likelihood off of a different setup, which is the RSI setup and the bullish divergence of hitting that same number. And whenever you have multiple different setups giving you the same target, it's a number that you should pay attention to. And then we look at the accumulation distribution on the 3-day, and it's starting to flip up as well, which also supports that idea that we would go and hit that low $60,000 area. On the 2-day, we also have some fresh bullish divergence here, and we're the easy target is the middle zone. But right now, that middle is at about $59,800, and then the next target would be the bullish control zone. And this number is going to move down after the next close. So right now, it's very likely not going to hit this. But right now, that number is $67,900. But very likely after the next daily close, in 1 day, 10 hours, this number is going to move down significantly. Maybe it comes down to $65,000. Maybe it goes below that to around $62,000. We're not sure yet. We have to look for the confirmation. On the daily, we also have bullish divergence confirmed within the bearish control zone. We've hit the easy target of the middle, which was about 58,300. Our next target is the bullish control zone. That one sits. This number is going to move down after today's close, but right now it's at 63,144. Very likely this number comes down to around 61,000, 61,500. But as of now, we have multiple different setups, giving us a statistical probability of hitting somewhere around $60,600. And we have it from the RSI, and we have it from the momentum, and we have it from the HPDR. That's what I got for Bitcoin.
You weren't supposed to close your screen.
Oh, I'm such an idiot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I know Saylor just bought like $1 billion worth of Bitcoin. You know, like in 2023, oftentimes we saw whenever he'd buy, back in 2022, it often marks some kind of local top, which is interesting. Then in 2023, every time he bought, it kind of went parabolic after the price did, I noticed. So I don't know what that means, but overall, you know, it's interesting, and we'll just have to see. Yeah, because I don't think we can share our screen now because you'd have to approve it. So yeah, we could just banter for now.
I'm retarded. My bad about that.
No, it's okay. No worries. Also, did you hear about XRP? I think Grayscale is starting a fund.
Yeah, a trust. which can then be converted into a spot ETF with approval of the SEC.
Right. And that's actually quite interesting to me because, over time, while we've been going through these streams, you've been analyzing XRP and we've been asking the big question, why is XRP looking so good? Like, why is it overall just looking really constructive? This possibly could be, the news factor, the chart, then the news. I mean, what do you think about that overall?
Yeah, I agree. Like usually the people who knew that Grayscale were going to file a trust, like people within Grayscale were probably buying very heavily. And because it's an unregulated market, there's no possibility of being charged for insider trading.
Yeah. It's funny, them potentially in the future starting an ETF, because I just remember back in the day, XRP was one of like the most controversial coins in regards to like the SEC and just policy in general.
Do you remember that massive red dildo whenever the SEC sued them, calling it a security?
Yeah, no, exactly. And then remember the green dildo when they basically won some court case back in early 2023.
And then it quickly reversed within the next day.
That's the thing with like XRP specifically. It oftentimes will have a few good days or maybe one day, and then the pump's never sustainable and it just forms a massive top.
Yeah, and it reverses the whole thing.
But I also feel like if Bitcoin can make a supporting move up and potentially actually go up to, the certain level, as you mentioned, that 60,000, like 59K. XRP then would have no excuse to not go up. So it is highly interesting to see it. And then, mixed in with Sailor buying, I read correctly, I think it was roughly around $1 billion, which is pretty impressive overall.
Yeah, they put out $2 billion worth of MicroStrategy shares.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, we can't really share our charts now, boys, because we need approval, but overall, I mean, if there's questions you guys have, definitely put it in the comments. We'll answer them if you guys have questions. And in the meantime, we'll just keep bantering along for sure.
Alejandro's coming.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's good. Perfect.
My bad. Sorry about that.
Nice. All right, cool. So now we have our charts. I won't get out of here. It's all good. No worries. And Barnes' analysis essentially was very spot on to almost mine. What we have here, essentially, we've been holding this 57.7. You could argue this is some deviation SFP. An SFP can be bullish or bearish. It's very simple. It's just a swing failure pattern. We have the breakdown to spring up, and then now we're retesting. Oftentimes you see moves like that. And so right now, this is why I think being more cautious is constituted, because I do think that Bitcoin can chop more here. But this is something we don't want to see, where we're just kind of consolidating right at this level without breaking down. We can see here we had the breakdown, quickly got reclaimed, the same level we're at right here. And then, this led to, in one day, right? Let's not get blindsided here. This one day wick high to wick low was a 14% move. Now we're just kind of slowly grinding up. This is going to be an area where, this EMA 34 on the daily is a big spot for Bitcoin. We can see the rejection here. All throughout this chop, it was rejecting. And then also just like right here, it front ran it. So if I were you guys, I'd be watching the 9 as a support range, the 21 as almost like that mid-range resistance / support now. And then watching that EMA 34. Getting back above there, in my opinion, gives us almost like a free ride to this 100, which is lining up with the next like meme support resistance range I have here. This essentially 60,400 to 61,500 is going to be a massive level for Bitcoin. And what we'll see here is essentially we're getting constructive price action in the sense that this low didn't break this low. We'll then just have to see essentially where we'll get on this rally, because as it stands, right around 64, 65 is the last lower high, in my opinion. Major lower high that would flip a lot of trends, like the weekly. It would be a big shift if we could get back above there. But for now, you know, if we get rallies into here, I'm essentially looking for something like this, back test of the 34, move up, it hits this EMA 100, and then right here we'll have to see the reaction. Do we start going along in this range, forming a bull flag to breakout, or do we actually get some kind of breakdown going all the way back here? Then shorts at this daily EMA 100 is an opportunity, just very much like it was here. Didn't fully hit it, and then this deviation of it led to the breakdown. Had we shorted the loss of it, would have been a great trade. And this is something I'm watching here. So this is going to be a very interesting spot. And keep in mind, every daily closure, this will keep going down. You know, so when I see something like this, where we see we closed above it, it held, it consolidated, but we lost it. And this whole time down, we still haven't done what? We actually haven't retested this yet. And we haven't let price prove to us that it's basically bullish or bearish. So, you know, if we do get rallies into this point, I'm going to be watching very carefully. Let's not disregard this daily EMA 100. This has been a big spot on price since reclaiming it, and we can see the reactions every time we went to it. It was a big point for Bitcoin. And so what we're seeing now is a lot of choppiness. But what I want to see here is if rallies into this are flipped into resistance, then this would give us enough fuel for the move down to my 49K level. If we start reclaiming this while also reclaiming the 60s, I do think then we'll have a shot to go back up to potentially the 70K zone. This is a big point in the chart. This is, for me, the last level for bears. If we get rallies into this, you know, they either then have to deviate us down, for, you know, essentially reclaim it and then deviate down, or we'd have to reject pretty hard. Something like, you know, rally up to it, squeezes, makes bulls really extremely horny, and then we reject it. Very much like what happened here. We can see the reaction here. You know, we rallied into it, rejected, and then had to follow through down. For now, that's what I'm going to be watching for, since the trend on the weekly is still in a downtrend. What we're seeing here is just essentially a squeeze and a backfill of this massive inefficiency that we got when we just essentially went down only. Bitcoin always likes to fill these, and then essentially it screws over shorts, and then longs get also screwed over, thinking they caught a bottom. You know, we essentially had this liquidity grab. We fell below the closure of this August 5th weekly daily closure, but then, you know, essentially got this nice move up. We're reclaiming this lower time frame diagonal I have, but right, even on the daily, if it's looking good, we still can't disregard how the weekly charts are looking. You know, and the weekly chart is actually telling us, in my opinion, a story. If we go here, let me go to my weekly chart, right? This weekly chart's kind of telling us something, and we throw it on a weekly. You know, what I'm saying on this weekly is kind of interesting. You know, consistently in a downtrend, each of these lines represent a lower high. You know, the shift here is the fact that this low never got broken, but all this could be is just forming some other lower high before the rollover, in my opinion. What we have here, though, is the EMA 21 crossing the 9 on the weekly. This is giving us a bearish setup on Bitcoin. The fact that we're also in a downtrend, and we know that the weekly momentum pivot is also statistically pointed down. Now, we have a bias of the statistics because of where that pivot stands, and as it stands, it is pointed down. And what we have here is we can see this pink line. This is the EMA 34. Has essentially been supporting Bitcoin in this little range here. Each time we got back above it, it led to bigger moves back to the 9. And so I'm going to be watching closely the reaction of this essentially weekly EMA 9 and weekly EMA 21. because if this setup cross is going to work out, we'd expect this to reject the weekly EMA 9 and potentially the 21, but also this 60,300 level, $300 level is lining up perfectly with what a zone I've been watching on Bitcoin, a zone Farn is looking at through a different setup. And I do think that this zone here is going to be a big point in Bitcoin. Keep in mind, it getting back above 60K, and ideally not on a closure. This just happens on a wick basis, and then we get a nice deviation down through forming an ugly wick like this one. Wick up, and then massive rejection down. What this would do, though, is get everyone bullish, because they'll start talking about Bitcoin psychologically reclaiming $60,000. It's bullish. This is going to be talked about as the next higher low. But we'll be prepared because we know the levels to watch. And let's not pretend that this isn't very much a Bitcoin move, right? It likes to do these moves, right? Dumps, rallies up to the 9, rejects. This was a 27% move. And then, the next week it did the same thing. Dumps, rallies up to the 9, rejects. 9% move. And these are just closing as dojis, meaning there's indecision in the market. So here, same thing. So if we do rally up higher, take the stops out from this last weekly high, people are sitting comfortably in shorts here. Rallying up will probably give us the fuel to pump up to 60,000 in my opinion. But I'm going to be looking at that as a short opportunity with any kind of weekly closure potentially above this zone. We can cut it. But for now, I think that this is something where patience will pay more than trying to play this chop, especially on the daily. It's more evident, and right now what we're doing here is we are trying to reclaim this lower time frame range that was the breakdown level. This is a big point, especially since it lines up with the daily EMA 34. But we can see here, reclaiming this will give us a nice ride to this daily EMA 100, lining up closer to that 60,000 level. But I still think that the weekly EMA 9 and 21 will be a point that we all should be watching. And this support zone is also a massive one. Is it flipped now into resistance? We don't know until we know. But it is something that we should all be watching and considering. And lastly, on all time frames, especially the higher time frames, we are getting bearish setups. Again, another cross here of the 9 and the 21. And essentially what we're seeing is still the EMA 9 on the 5-day rejecting Bitcoin. And we do have perfectly this 34 as well. So overall, yes, the move has been nice on the upside, but it's still, in my opinion, wise to be more defensive, especially overall where we're sitting in the charts. But the lower time frames, and also just like the 2-day is still looking nice. First time reclaiming the 2-day EMA 9 since losing it after this dump here. That's good. This was a nice candle closure. Now we ideally want to see follow through. We keep getting this 59,500 to 60,300 level. This is why I'm going to be watching this zone, and people on our Discord, on Elite Trading Academy Discord, we'll be prepared for this, just like we always are on every single move. Now let's go to Tether dominance. And Tether dominance, in my opinion, this is something we need to watch also this week, because this is closing in 2 days. And what we have here essentially is, Tether dominance is rallying up, and this has been a big point, this EMA 100 as a rejection point, especially on Tether dominance. So now we can see the rejections here, but we just reclaimed it and we held it as support last week, and we still are basing on support this week. It holding this really constitutes a lot for me, because as long as we're above it, to me, we're very bullish, and all we're doing by chopping is resetting BBWP for potentially that next leg higher. And remember, Tether dominance has a inverse relationship with Bitcoin. The more times the higher Tether dominance goes, the weaker Bitcoin will be. And why that is essentially because people are selling their Bitcoins for what? USDT. And when it's in USDT, people don't essentially want to hold Bitcoin. They'd rather just get into a stable coin. So this is something that we all should be watching, because you know, this could be giving us the setup we talked about on Town Hall. You know, rallies up, rejects, dumped into the weekly EMA 100, gets everyone bullish on a Bitcoin pump. It's still testing resistance, especially on the weekly. And then we get the follow through of a bounce here. It forms a spring, and this will give us fuel to actually break this massive zone that we've been already have tested many times right here as well. Once, you know, we tested it a few times in this cluster here. And then also we tested it here and then also here. We know that the more times resistance is tapped, the weaker it gets. So essentially what we're seeing here is probably on the next one, the 5th tap, we could see this actually break out. But we would want to see Tether dominance essentially hold this level here. This is a massive level for the chart. And, you know, overall, it makes sense too. If we're just zooming out and we're looking at the rejections, you know, at the moment, this is actually quite constructive if it can hold like this. You know, 2 days is still a long time, but if Tether dominance can hold this EMA 100, to me, this will then just look like a bullish reset, giving basically bears on Bitcoin more momentum, trapping bulls. And that's something we've been seeing over and over again. Rallies up, gets everyone bullish, and then the trap is set and we get the breakdown. Rallies up, gets everyone bullish, the trap is set and we get the breakdown. Rallies up, gets everyone bullish, and then the trap will be set and hopefully we'll catch the breakdown. And I do think that if we do test this wick low again, I don't think we're going to hold, and we'll have to look at this 44K previous breakout zone to potentially this weekly EMA 100, which if you guys have been watching closely, this zone here is going to be this isn't a surprise to you. This is a big zone. Anytime Bitcoin even dumped into this zone, we have gotten a reaction, at least a mean reversion bounce. These reactions here still give impressive bounces, 40%, and then it dumped again and tapped it, and then went up 40% again. Anytime we've basically been above it, the reactions after dumping, right? We dumped straight into it. From the top, we dumped directly to the EMA 100 on the weekly, giving us a 52% dump. At the moment, this was probably, and I remember this was everyone was extremely upset. It was so over. And then when we got this pump at this weekly EMA 100, everyone were so back, they're happy. And all this did was form a macro lower high leading to the lower low. And at this point, everyone was done with, crypto, and, we had the slow chop down FTX, and then for weeks we didn't move, and then we bottomed. So for me, this is a big level if we get to this point. So that's ideally what we'd want to check and look for. And that's giving me more of a bigger bias on if we are under the 9 on the weekly, and we are still under the daily EMA 100. Then right now, all we have to do is be on defense play and stop. We need to not try to catch bottoms, because we will be right if we get confirmation of a bullish setup. We don't need to worry about potentially getting FOMO, because luckily for us, there's always a setup, because we know exactly what to look for. And so right now, the only hopium I can basically tell bulls is essentially this. Anytime we've held this monthly EMA 9, monthly EMA 9, essentially, this has basically constituted bull markets. Anytime we've lost it, it's constituted bear markets. And right now we are still above it. And this is a big zone. So there is massively, a lot of time still before this closure between now and, actually the end of the month, which is in 17 days. But if we can stay above this, then we technically can't be calling for a full-on bear market, in my opinion. And essentially we still, I guess, have to just not be blindsided by the fact that the monthly 9 is still holding. But as Farhan mentioned, if we go and throw on the EMA 5 on the monthly, we can see here that we're now just in this EMA range, which is something I've been talking about. Oftentimes this happens where we bounce off the monthly 9, rally up to the monthly 5, reject, and we just kind of chop there for a little bit. And that's where having a statistical edge based on the momentum pivots, give us more of a bias on where things can go generally. Now, overall, I think ETH actually is looking interesting to me, and I'm going to explain why. And if we go to the weekly, it's a lot cleaner. I don't trade anything but Bitcoin, but I think ETH is actually kind of interesting because we can see here that right now it is already as Bitcoin essentially hasn't tested its weekly EMA 100. ETH is a lot more weaker because as we see here, it is now under its weekly EMA 100 and it's retesting it as well, mixed in with a closure under this meme diagonal we have here. And we can see that this meme diagonal, since it was made in 2022, has essentially been holding price. Remember, guys, these are extremely subjective, and that's why they're called meme lines. But this is just more a representation. This is a shift in structure on the weekly, in my opinion. Losing the weekly EMA 100 is not good. That was for us a big point on ETH pumping back in October. The fact that we closed below it and now we're retesting it as resistance is extremely concerning. We can see here the reactions last time we lost a weekly EMA 100. After reclaiming it, we pumped up, right? Never stayed below it, massively dumped, lost it, rallied up to it, rejected. And then we can see from the closing below this weekly EMA 100, this led to a 59% dump in Ethereum. And this is why ETH looks a lot more bearish, because what do we have here? The same setup. Not only are we losing the meme diagonal, but we also have lost the weekly EMA 100. Now we can see here that, this is just chop, but even after it lost in this zone, this still led to how much of a dump? This was still a 17% dump. And then here as well, from here, doesn't look like much, but this was still a 12% dump. So overall, this is a big week for Ethereum. If ETH loses this, I don't think that ETH will be looking good. And in my personal opinion, I'll be looking for this zone here. This is a massive zone for ETH. And I do think that if we get into this zone, we'll see some kind of reaction. But for now, that is something I'm going to target. With potentially this line being the first point, and then this zone, and then we have to look at this 800 if it gets bad. But if you're bearish, this is kind of where you'd want to see a rejection. You'd want to see a rally up, reject, come up, and then something like that, giving us this point, filling all of this, actually hitting these lows. Because keep in mind, this was basically a front run of this support. We see the reaction after it was hit, and we're losing this meme diagonal, which has basically been propping up price for over 2 years now. So in my opinion, Ethereum's giving us an interesting short setup potentially. And it's a lot more weaker than Bitcoin. So if you have a bull bias on altcoins, Ethereum, we'd expect it to look a little better. And it's looking a lot more weaker than Bitcoin. And we can see here this fresh 21 and 9 cross. While also right here, we see this EMA 55, essentially giving us potentially a silver cross to the downside if we get the breakdown here. This will cause the 21 to go under the 55, giving us a silver cross to the downside. Now, if we're looking at ETH, I think it's responsible to look at ETH BTC. And let's not forget, right, on this double top, this is something I was talking about here and then also here. Oftentimes we'll see this on Bitcoin, and I think it's more evident on a 5-day. But when you get a nice high here and then you get a rally up and then it forms almost like this trough here and it doesn't break this high, you often get rejections, right? High, let's actually make it the high. High, rallies down, rallies up, doesn't break this high, and then you get the rejection. Rejection. And that's kind of what we've been seeing here. A bounce on ETH, though, is, in my opinion, coming. We are closing in on support, but keep in mind, if Ethereum loses this support level, if ETH BTC loses this support level, I mean, just visually looking at it on the 5-day, this is a big spot for ETH BTC. This is kind of in just like this line here constitutes big rallies on ETH. You can see here, we broke above, rallied up, retested it, broke out. Once we broke out from the zone, we had a sustained rally. Rejected, broke about, retested it, massive breakout. And now what we're seeing is we're coming back to this zone. This is a critical zone for ETH BTC to hold. If we don't hold the zone, in my opinion, we then will have to be looking for lower, which will correspond with essentially ETH USD capitulating, in my opinion. From this breakdown to the next support zone, this could be a 23% drop fast. I do think that that's something we have to be considering with how Bitcoin and everything's looking. And right now, BBWP's getting towards extremes on the 5-day. So, consolidation here would be welcomed, in my opinion. And if we can't hold this level on ETH, which is 0.03635 on ETH BTC pair, then in my opinion, we have a massive leg down, filling this massive breakout zone here. So that's something also that we should be very mindful of, because I'm seeing right now the narrative that, alts are bullish. We're getting the sprinkle of XRP news, and everyone essentially is extremely excited for like alt season. I know, Farin, you've seen that as well. Everyone wants essentially alt season to come. What if it's already come? Like essentially what we saw in 2024 was a massive pump on ETH. I remember that week. It was in the beginning of the year, and
Solana went from $8 to $200.
Exactly. And people are still calling for an alt season. It just seems to me irresponsible, considering the fact that we have already seen massive moves. And let's not forget, my basically factor or checklist for if this is a shitcoin is if it can break its previous cycle highs. ETH is it didn't even really get this is ETH BTC, and it didn't get close to it. You can see here, like, why are people calling for alt season when we literally saw in the beginning of 2024 a 81% move on ETH? To me, this was alt season. And the only difference is people are still stuck on that narrative. And we saw this in 2022 as well, that alts essentially will catch a bid after Bitcoin catches or has its move up. I haven't seen that in my experience. Oftentimes, it's usually when Bitcoin's just chopping, maybe certain alts catch a bid, but the whole market rallied with Bitcoin. And that's usually how it goes. Now, Farin brings up a good point about Solana. Because oftentimes in the beginning of this rally, before the bull market started, we were seeing Chainlink and Solana catch a bid before anything else, essentially. So I think we should check out Solana as well, just because, I think that it's important to see kind of where Sol is at relative to Bitcoin. And what we have here, let's go to the weekly on Sol. And Solana looks again more weak than Bitcoin. We see here that this 9, 21, and 34 was big support for Sol. We see especially this 34, and now we're rejecting the 34 here on the weekly. It's the same thing that we're seeing with Bitcoin. We lost the 34, now we're getting rallies into it. That's a point where when I was short, I was looking at that as more the rejection point. The issue was that, we essentially aren't rejecting, and we aren't rejecting. We're just kind of chopping. We're hitting it more than once, which is making this weaker, which makes me think, even with Sol, we're getting this fresh cross of the 21 going above the 9. For now, we'd expect this zone to reject, but if it doesn't, I'll be looking at 142 as potentially a short opportunity and another lower high in the making. But for now, I don't think it's wise to be buying Sol, meaning longing Sol here. This is more in the gray zone of the chart, and technically this is bearish, especially on the weekly. What you won't hear is people talking about that. Remember, altcoins aren't as clean as Bitcoin, but this is consistently making lows. And it's just in a choppy range while still shifting more down in the trend. And especially when we're breaking down these EMAs, we can see that, this was a big level for Sol. It even testing this 34 is never a good sign, but now that it's flipped into resistance, we have to be more on the side of cautious, because that will essentially be when this 9 goes down under the 34, that will be the confirmation that 9 is fully resistance, and this cross has some legs, which probably will lead to a silver cross on the weekly, but we don't have that, and we'd expect this to come down more so that this 21 can fall more down to potentially give us a silver cross. Sol, though, I don't think is wise to buy, and I'm watching for this $80 zone. Yes, I just said $80. I don't think that's unreasonable. Solana likes to move up, but it also likes to move down, and many people get blindsided to that fact. And if we do reject and go to $80, this is nothing for an altcoin, especially if we do see that 5-day momentum pivot fire off and Bitcoin goes down 30%, ETH goes down, 32%. I think that 37% is quite conservative then for Solana, and that'll just solidify that the strength is still there, and it can just hold more defensively compared to other coins that probably will dump 50 or 60 or 70%, like Brett. So I also think Sol BTC is looking better, but it's on the edge right now. And the fact that we didn't really get a sustained rally from this 34, we just rejected the 9 and the 21 is different from here, because you can see the sustained breakout, sustained breakout. And now what we're seeing is a rejection while this is curving down, and we're potentially getting a fresh cross, unconfirmed, but it will be confirmed if we get a few more closings where this 9 goes under the 21 again, just like its USD pair. And right now we can see it's never a good sign when you don't get follow through after breaking and testing a massive zone here. It's never a good sign when we're going back down and testing it again. Usually that's pretty weak, and we have to then start assuming that this will be a breakdown zone. And I'll be looking for this zone here on Sol BTC, which could line up with that $85 range that I just talked about. Right now, I would not be comfortable holding altcoins, especially with the uncertainty of Bitcoin, macroeconomics, and just overall federal policy basically leading to the either shift in interest rates. I essentially wouldn't want to be holding the highest risk assets in this condition, and these can be unpredictable, especially when we have news like XRP forming some kind of grayscale fund. Usually it's bullish for a little bit, but then it sells off because I don't know why people just essentially markets never like any kind of news with. In my opinion, this is what I've seen. Markets just aren't a fan of more news-based with like altcoins. So I'd really be watching for this range here. We've only hit it a few times, so we'd essentially first be watching for this, and then maybe we'd look for the weekly EMA 100, which is a big level. We don't have a lot of data, and preferably, watching the 5-day chart makes it a little easier. And that 5 days perfectly lining up with this support zone that I talked about right now. And we can also see the more bearish tone. We have an evening star leading to a rejection of the 34. Now we're getting follow through on the 5-day. This has implications for the USD chart, telling me that this is probably a bearish retest, and we should be looking for this $80 to $90 region. And that's why this is more a big zone as support. I don't think this 107 will hold if we were tested again. And I do think that we'll get some kind of bounce at $97, $98. But then I wouldn't be surprised if we got a massive wick, right? It can wick down to this $80 zone, basically stopping and fulfilling all this liquidity here. But it would just be on a wick basis, something Solana likes to do. And it is extremely volatile. Let me see here. And lastly, I'll talk about Dixie, because, this has been a big point of congestion, and people have basically been mentioning the fact that, Dixie essentially hasn't been correlating with risk on. And we're kind of getting the correlation back. Even on the downside, we can see Bitcoin still slightly green. Indices are still green. Stocks are slightly green. They're still green though, on a red Dixie. Not as much as we'd hope. And when Dixie pumps, Bitcoin was still red, more red than green it is today. And so what we see here is, this forms some kind of hanging man here, but it's rejecting
Holy
support.
shit. 1 second.
Oh, is Al Hunter back? Yeah, so it essentially, formed a hanging man on the 5-day. Now we're getting that rejection of support. This was like 101.80. I think that this potentially could be a range break, and then we'll have to look for that $99 level to $99.50. But it's unconfirmed. 5 days to go. So we should look at this daily. In my opinion, and we can see here, bulls essentially need to step up here on Dixie, especially on the daily. We don't want to break this low here that we had on September 6th. To me, that would not be a good sign. And essentially, since we are under the 9 now, we'd have to look at that as the first point of resistance. 21's perfectly almost lining up with this resistance zone. If it can get back above this zone, though, I do think that Dixie can definitely have a nice run up to the zone. For now, bulls need to step up here. We do have the upside of risk on today, but it's more in that weird zone where we could form structure here. It's kind of like this is the point where bulls need to step up. But if it wants to, we could form here some kind of structure where we didn't break this low, but we then expect this to need this to move up, now essentially. So does that mean markets kind of have some kind of sell-off? Is that why also while we have Dixie needing to move up, like I mentioned here, we're having Tether dominance on the weekly hitting support, massive support, while also backtesting and holding, while also Bitcoin is hitting massive resistance here, while we have that cross and the 34 first closure since last, this whole bull market, we haven't closed below it. Now we've closed below it. We'd expect this 9 to act as resistance, which we're almost there, 59,600. It's interesting because you can kind of see the story. But like I said, Dixie would need to kind of go up now. And it's also, I do think we're getting more of that correlation where Dixie goes up or down, and it is affecting risk on. People are kind of neglecting it because it hasn't been the best correlation so far. But I do think that over time, it always comes back. And that's kind of, what I see with Dixie. It's also interesting to me, usually we see gold usually following Bitcoin. It usually correlates with Bitcoin. Let me just go here. BTC USD. Let's just compare it real quick. The correlation with gold and Bitcoin is interesting to me. We'd expect essentially, especially if we go and view it on the weekly here.
You have a bearish divergence.
Yeah, now gold is kind of, decorrelating with, Bitcoin in the sense that the comparison, we have gold breaking out while Bitcoin is breaking down. Trading view to me, it doesn't show it too well. But right now what we see is gold's looking quite good. What do we have here on the weekly? Well, right now on the weekly, we see still the weekly 9 holding really healthily above, and it's been holding its support since we reclaimed it. Oftentimes I say just on this setup here, if you longed after this was reclaimed, simple trading strategy, close when we lose it, you would have caught 11%. People, that's pretty good for something like gold. Or maybe not, because it's getting more volatile now. I mean, look at this weekly candle. This is an impressive bounce, 3.6% just in this week. But what do we have here? Well, this is something I've been mentioning, and it's really simple to see. So when we're super bullish and in a strong uptrend, oftentimes all we do here is flip the last rejection high into support that leads to breakouts. We can see it more evidently here. So when we're super duper bullish, what we'll have is this 9 kind of basically following price, going into supports that line up with rejection highs. And so you can see here on the weekly, we never lost this rejection high. we held it, and now we're getting that expansion up. And this let essentially this few week chop led BBWP. It let it reset. This is interesting to see, and this has maybe implications for Bitcoin, but it has not really been following gold too much lately. Gold's kind of just been on its way, while Bitcoin's kind of just been chopping and going down. Gold's very constructive though, and I do wonder how it looks on the quarterly. Yeah, I mean, just insane. That's kind of crazy. We do see, it's lining up, the nines lining up nicely here, but overall, this is pretty insane. And what we'd want is, let me go and back test this. We can see we had 1, 2, 3, 4. Gold though, on the quarterly this is a lot. This is just up only. I was gonna say ideally we'd want to see some red candle, but as history has shown, this can just keep going up. And even when it gets these red candles on these moves on the quarterly, it's pretty minimal. So I know who's that one guy who hates crypto, but by Peter Schiff. Yeah, that motherfucker is probably extremely happy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so overall gold's looking strong. It's just watch the 9 even on the daily, and the 21 as support. But essentially I think just the weekly sums it up, and the weekly is bullish as hell. And the fact that this is closing in 7 hours is kind of insane, because this still has a lot. This is telling me that, okay, volatility is expanding. We know that since right here. Let me just draw a vertical. Once it gets above 15%, we know the expansion of volatility is happening. So we'll do it when it went 16. So we would have known here, this dump to the 9 would have been our entry. We would have had a bias that this essentially has momentum to go up because the trend is still up. And then this entry at the 9 would have been perfect. And then, we're getting that breakout, and, we're already breaking highs, and gold isn't even hitting extremes yet, telling me this could still have, more momentum to go up, leading me to believe that this is going to probably close a nice weekly candle. Overall, and it is looking great. So we'll watch to see if it wicks out, maybe comes down, but overall extremely strong price action on gold.
All righty. I don't know which charts you've done or haven't done.
Yeah, so
what have you done?
Yeah, so we just basically we did Bitcoin, I did Dixie, Tether dominance, Ethereum, Solana, and then gold. Yeah.
Okay, perfecto. All righty, let's continue. Vayamos let's go forward. Ok, vamos a seguir para adelante, señores. Discúlpeme, tenía que tener esa llamada con los malditos abogados que, wow, obviamente se tardaron todo el tiempo para acabarme de decir, solamente dime qué necesitas y te lo damos. All right, how about this? GE. Let's go into something that has to do with the military, and it's an old school company and whatnot.
They're making washer dryers, and they're also making 20mm Gatling guns.
Not bad, huh? That's they're gonna figure out a way to do a washer and a dryer that kills you.
That's Samsung's job.
Yeah,
make explosives.
They make tanks, right? Samsung makes tanks, I think.
Do they?
They also make exploding cell phones.
Oh yeah, they were pretty good at it too. They wanted to take down a few planes. GE, let me see. Wow, this is GE. Interesting.
We got General Electric on the monthly. Actually, this one has a lot of data, so I'll start it from the quarterly. And on the quarterly, it looks quite bullish. Wow. It looks very bullish. When did this initial uptrend start? July of 2020. Shit. And also on the quarterly, as you see, we're getting a fresh silver cross on the quarterly. The 21 is now just touching the 55. And on the quarterly, a silver cross is pretty fucking massive. As you see right here, we had a silver cross to the downside on the quarterly before, and that was a move of 85% of the downside. We had a silver cross over here.
Almost 80.
That was $5,527% up. Not too bad. Not too bad.
What?
5,500%. This thing outperformed Bitcoin at that point.
God damn.
And we're getting a fresh silver cross to the upside right here. Right, I wouldn't expect that type of move to happen right away because it's a quarterly chart and this is going to take several years to play out. But and especially because we're at the top 90, nearing the 99% range on the HPDR. So we have a statistical chance of 1% of continuation from there. So what I would expect is some type of consolidation here, maybe a little bit of a pullback, correct to the 5 EMA, maybe the 9 EMA, and then bounce from there and go sideways for maybe 6 months, something like that, maybe 9 months, before while these ranges move up. And then once the ranges move up, then I could expect a continuation from there. But while we're within the 99% range, I would expect consolidation, statistically likely, with a 1% chance of continuation. So 1% is pretty low for to expect continuation from there. So you'd expect it to go sideways / down for the next couple of months, maybe even a year, because it's a quarterly chart. So it could easily be four candles before the ranges move up. And on the monthly, we're correcting to the 5 EMA, and we're finding support there, where we find it on all of the strong uptrends. Like ever since January of 2023, we've been finding support at the 5 EMA. And funny enough, where did we find a bottom? Right around here in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. So all of these geopolitical issues just helps the military contractors. And then we look at our HPDR momentum. It was hitting its very extreme levels. So now it's contracting a little bit while the volatility is contracting as well. So whenever the volatility is pointed down, whichever move momentum is going in is going to be more likely a corrective move rather than an actual impulsive move. And since volatility is pointed down while momentum is pointed down, that it tells us that we should be expecting a correction towards the downside and then the continuation of current trend, which trend is currently pointed up. And then we look at the jewel. The jewel is flipping into a dark blue sell signal within the bullish control zone. This setup right here is not the most bearish because the pink is still above the yellow. So what we could expect is that it will come down to the bottom of the bullish control zone and then flip back up from there. As long as the pink is still above the yellow, that tells us that we're overall in a bullish trend. We go to the weekly. On the weekly, we got a red candle towards the bottom of the blue 38.2 zone. Now we're getting a bounce back up. And we're also above the median as well. The median's at $171.66. So as long as we're close over the median, we have a statistical likelihood of hitting the 38.2 zone to the 50%, which right now that's around $179, so all the way up to $181. And then if we look at our HPR momentum, that's starting to flip back up, and it's rejecting getting into the negative territory, while volatility is supporting it to the upside as well. So that tells us that this move to the upside, we should be looking as an impulsive move, not a corrective move. And then we look at the jewel. The jewel is also starting to flip back up, and it's rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. So now it's still within the bullish control zone, and it's flipping into this light blue buy signal. And whenever it gets it gets rejected from getting out of the bullish control zone, it shows you that the bears tried to push momentum down, but they were not able to take it out of the bullish control. So bulls are strongly in control at that point. With the 5 day, 5 days giving us same thing where momentum is pointed to the upside and the jewel is starting to flip back around into a positive standing. The 2 day, same thing where momentum is pointed up, volatility is pointed up. On the 2 day, however, the jewel is still on the dark blue cell, but it's still within the bullish control zone. So after this next close, I would expect this to start flipping back up and stay within the bullish control zone like the previous setup we looked at before. And on the daily, same thing, where momentum is flipping sharply to the upside, volatility is supporting it, and the jewel is flipping into a light blue buy. Let's check the RSI.
What's with the echo? Did something happen to your microphone?
Yeah, man,
Is it good now?
Say something else. Say
Is there
whatever.
still an echo?
No, it's gone. Interesting.
No divergences in the monthly, quarterly, no, nothing there. Weekly does have some bearish divergence confirmed.
Yeah.
We have multiple drives. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence. We've hit the easy target so far, which is the bottom of the bullish control zone. Now we're trying to get back in the bullish control zone. If it rejects from there, our next target is the middle zone. And right now, that middle zone sits at $154.26. This number is going to move up after the next weekly close and open on Monday. And the weekly close is today. We have 4 hours and 53 minutes. So this number will go up on next Monday's open. I'm not sure where it'll be. Very likely it'll be somewhere around
to the 21.
Yeah, somewhere around $171 or $170. I'm guessing that middle zone would be possibly a little bit lower to the 21 EMA. It could come down to because we have multiple drives of bearish divergence. We've already bounced off the 21, so if we continue going lower, the next target is going to be the 55. And that 55 currently sits at around 136, but it's going to move up after this Monday open. And then we look at the VMP. The VMP is basically the jewel, but it adds a volatility aspect to it. So right now we are getting that curvature towards the upside with that light blue buy, and we're getting an increase in volatility as well. So that tells you that the volatility is supporting the move towards the upside. Then we go to the 5-day, any divergences. 5-day has had a bearish divergence, but now we're getting a potential hidden bullish divergence. As you see, as you see with this blue one right here, where price made a higher low, but the RSI made a lower low. Mm-hmm. The easy target for this hidden bullish divergence would be, because we're already within the bullish control zone, it would be the top of the bullish critical zone. And the bullish critical zone right now sits at $208.19. On next Monday's open, this number will go down a little bit, probably somewhere around $200 flat or maybe the high 190s. And let's see if we can align that with a fib target. Nah, this number I would not take too seriously right now. I would want to. I'd want to see several closures above $200. Right now, it's giving us a number of $328.15.
Maybe there's going to be a nuclear war.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, that'd be pretty cool for GE.
That would align with Kamala Harris winning, sending us into a nuclear war.
Fuck.
On the 3-day, we also have a potential hidden bullish divergence, and we have multiple drives of it. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is going to be our 6th drive of hidden bullish divergence. So our easy target is going to be this bullish control zone, but very likely with this much divergence, we'd hit the bullish critical zone. And the bullish control zone right now is at $176.50, and the bullish critical zone is at $228.15. These numbers will move down a little bit. The bullish control zone probably won't move down, but the critical zone will probably move down on the next Monday's open, probably somewhere around like $215, maybe $200. And at that point, we would this hidden bullish divergence would confirm, and we'd probably move towards there within the next 3 to 4 candles, maybe 5 candles. So that would still be within that $200 range.
Yeah.
2-day has confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and we're about to touch our easy target, which is the bullish control zone. That's at $178.43. And since we have so many drives, we're very likely to hit the bullish critical zone. And that number is sitting at $225.85. So this $220 range keeps coming back up on multiple different time frames. And then on the daily we also have another one drive of confirmed hidden bullish divergence. And we're also nearing the easy target of the bullish control zone, which is at $176.19. And the next target is the bullish critical zone, which doesn't seem very likely because we only have one drive of hidden bullish divergence, but it's still possible. And that number is at $209. So we have multiple different setups giving us the target of upside, somewhere around $200 to maybe $220 if there's like some more geopolitical conflict or something that goes along with it.
No, that sounds impossible. There's no way there's going to be more geopolitical conflicts.
Yeah, no way.
No, not at all. Thank you. Holy shit. This is really surprising because GE for a long time was in the shithole. So, wow. Okay. Vamos a ver General Electric. And I'm sorry. This one will be fun because it's a meme one. So I don't know who wants to do it. DJT. I'm guessing Alex. And then Micron Technology for Farhan.
Cool.
Alrighty. Vamos a ver General Electric. Para que sepan, General Electric no solamente hace las mejores lavadoras y secadoras y los mejores refrigeradores que se puedan comprar, también crea armas para destruir la vida de absolutamente toda la gente en Palestina y en cualquier otra región donde haya conflicto. Así que aquí lo tienen. ¿Por qué está subiendo GE después de ser una compañía que todo el mundo dijo, güey, se va a ir al traste? Porque estamos en conflicto, señores. Lo primero que vamos a poner es nuestra tabla, ¿cómo se llama? Nuestra tabla trimestral. Cada una de estas velas son 3 meses. Pueden ver la tendencia alcista y cómo no para de subir esta cosa. Es absolutamente una locura. Cómo está empuje y empuje hacia arriba. Es una verdadera locura. Tienes un bajo más alto, rompes los altos con uno más alto y acá vas para arriba, tu siguiente objetivo, que también coincide con un poco lo que estaba diciendo Farhan, va a estar por acá en los $200. Entonces, mínimo alcistamente el momentum, todo lo que lleva en la tabla de los 3 meses, velas de 3 meses, muy alcista. Nos vamos a ir rápidamente a la mensual para compartir con ustedes. Básicamente estamos viendo lo mismo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza justamente acá en julio del 2023 y puedes ver hasta dónde nos ha llevado ahora el precio. Se ve bastante alcista. El 9 está por encima del 21 por bastante. Puedes ver el 55 cruzando el 200, que es esta morada que viene por acá. Y el promedio de los 100 que está aquí abajo. Así que es un setup potentemente alcista sin lugar a dudas. Vamos a ver la semanal. En la semanal podemos ver un poco de chop aquí a la derecha. Eso quiere decir que está consolidando esto para dar su siguiente movimiento. Cuando volteamos a ver los indicadores de Farhan, podemos notar que el momentum y la volatilidad están apuntando para abajo. Eso nos quiere decir que viene un movimiento correctivo que podría ser un poco a la baja. Pero ¿qué estaríamos esperando en movimiento correctivo a la baja? Que básicamente venga a tocar el 160, que es el promedio de los 21. Y siempre y cuando lo respete, todo bien, porque vamos a cerrar esta semana justamente en 4 horas. Estos promedios van a subir, incluyendo el del 55. Si llegara a romper a la baja la próxima semana, este promedio del 55 va a estar probablemente por acá de los 140 los 140 y sería tu siguiente punto de recargo. Pero cuando volteamos a ver ni siquiera la diaria, porque la diaria también está en un uptrend potente, viste que hubo una corrección pequeña por acá. Disculpen, ven que tuvieron una corrección pequeña por acá. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo ahora? Puedes ver cómo esta pequeña, simplemente, ahora sí que no le puedo llamar corrección, es muy pequeño el rango, está cotizando en este momento en 174, el rango llegó a tocar hasta abajo en los 160, o sea, es un movimiento muy pequeño de, ¿cuánto? Vamos a ver, solamente por metiche el tío Salo, de 8%, que en cualquier acción es nada. Bueno, en cualquier acción es mucho, ¿no? Porque se tardan 6 años en ganar 2% o 8%. Pero podemos ver que literalmente dio un zampompazo, estamos por encima del 9, el promedio de los 9 está por encima del 21, lo que señala fuerza, y nuestro objetivo en absolutamente todo lo que platicamos siguiente va a ser por ahí de los 200, 220. Y si sacas un Fibonacci Extension puede llevarte hasta los 350, pero bueno, todavía no hay guerra nuclear, así que G no puede ganar tanto todavía y no están vendiendo tantas lavadoras que digamos. Así que tranquilos, señores. Tu primer objetivo y atentos, 201. Tu downside va a ser por ahí de los 160, que también coincide con el promedio de los 100 en la temporalidad diaria, o hasta los 200, que hace cuánto no toca los 200 y dudo que ahora los vaya a tocar. Estás hablando de, wow, bastante tiempo. O sea, desde el 2022, obviamente el fondo de esto fue en julio del 2022 y de ahí nos fuimos a la alza antes de saber todo lo que se venía con Israel y todo eso. Qué coincidencia, como las acciones sí saben eso, pero nosotros no. Así que ahí lo tienen Damas y caballeros, ¿cómo de que no? Se los tenemos para todos ustedes. Y denme un segundo. Déjenme ver si puedo compartir algo con ustedes. Ahí está. Por cierto, ¿quieren caerle al Discord? Se los dejo acá para que nos acompañen a todos. Aquí está el Discord de Elite Trading Academy, es lo que te vas a encontrar cuando entres. Aquí está el nombre de esto. Aquí abajo, estos son para moderadores, así que no pueden ver esto. Aquí es donde estos tíos vienen y platican con todos ustedes. Aquí están los análisis de Alex, aquí están los análisis de Farhan, súper fácil de entender. El chat general donde todo el mundo está compartiendo, platicando, y si quieres, tienes cualquier pregunta, la gente aquí es súper buena onda y te contesta absolutamente todo lo que necesites. Tienes el potente criptolingo, lo que te describe literalmente qué es lo que significa qué, porque hay mucha gente cuando ve los mensajes de texto o cuando lo ve en texto no entiende. Aquí lo tienen súper fácil. H4, 4 horas, H1, 1 hora, SFP es desviación, un BR es un retesteo bajista, etcétera. EMA es la media móvil exponencial, el SMA es un media móvil simple, todo para que lo puedan entender mucho mejor. También acá tenemos el P&L de toda la gente, un 92%, 85%, 7%. Está bien, tío. Hay que compartir, a veces se pierde 23% para abajo, 10% para arriba, 142% para arriba. Y pues ahí vamos como comunidad. Uy, ¿quién se llevó esta? Una buena pérdida por ahí, pero mi queridísimo Esteban, espero que la haya sacado para adelante después. Charlie, siempre rompiéndola, Charlie, de verdad. Vientos, todos ustedes. Para los moderadores testimoniales, si quieren venir a poner su testimonial, que ya lo vamos a trepar a la página, se agradecería de corazón. Acá hay noticias, cualquier pregunta que tengan, aquí vengan a dejar o vengan a decir hola. Así de sencillo. Todo esto es absolutamente gratis para que no vengan, es que güey, cuesta muy caro aprender. Eso es básicamente gratis. Así que sin más ni más, vamos a la siguiente tabla. All righty, boys, let's go on to the next one. DJT, Donald Trump, my guy. Donnie.
Donald Trump. It might have gone down a little bit since his chances went down in the betting markets.
By the way,
Yes.
do you guys know anyone personally that went from like supporting Trump, seeing the debate and going like, all right, I'm going Kamala?
Nope.
I actually, in my entire existence, never found a Kamala supporter yet.
Me neither.
I do, and they're like the extreme, super, mostly, and I mean it with the most utter respect, and I love them, but my gay friends, my gay friends for the most part are Kamala guys, and that's it. Nobody else. Even, I gotta say, I'm not gonna throw him under the bus because he's family, but someone really close in our family hates Trump, absolutely hates him. He didn't want to vote for him on the last election. He hasn't never voted for him. He's voting for him. So I don't know. Yeah. So to me is, and literally he's been forever, because when I get, I go to dinner with them, I get drunk and I do the Trump impression. And he's like, dude, I fucking hate Trump. Please stop doing that every single time. And now he's on with me. He's like, every time I do it, he's like, yeah, all right, it's pretty funny at that point. So cool. I think they're just selling us some bullshit.
Yeah, for sure. You got to do the Trump impression when you come to Cancun.
Oh, dude, as soon as I get wasted, I'll be trumping with you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the way that the betting market works is that whenever somebody puts money into buying that certain token, just like crypto, it goes up. So there's a whole bunch of people who bought Kamala's token after the debate. So you can easily manipulate that shit.
There's no way. There's a Kamala token?
It's on the poly market.
I would short the living fuck out of that one. But then again, I have no bias. I love every candidate. They're great.
There you go. Yeah.
They're all awesome. Democracy.
Can you smell that? Is that democracy I'm smelling in the United States? It is. It is. It smells all the way down there to Mexico.
It smells like crude oil.
That must be freedom. That must be freedom. You're confusing the smell.
Freedom and democracy.
Yeah, that's the freedom smell.
Oh,
anyway, so here we have DJT, Donnie T stock. You know, we saw it basically have a little hit after the debate. I feel like, when was the debate? What date was it?
Tuesday, no?
Was it Tuesday?
3 days ago.
Yeah, was it? It was.
Hang on, I'll tell you right now. without fucking up. Wait, holy shit. I said without fucking up, and that's the first thing I do. Okay, here you go. What the fuck? Hang on, boys. Something's going on here. Okay. 2 days ago.
All right, cool.
So it was Tuesday. No,
so
Wednesday.
Was it Tuesday? Okay, so Wednesday.
Fuck me.
So then never mind on that. Essentially, I was just wondering because I was wondering if this Evening Star was the debate, maybe. But if it was Wednesday, then actually, I mean, we see it forming. We basically reclaimed support, and we're just kind of stalling on it now. I know that overall the media is saying that Kamala did better at the debate, and I agree. I mean, certain ways, but I also think it was heavily biased towards her. And they gave questions that Donald Trump personally likes to avoid. And we see here that this stock isn't strong. We have this massive, basically this looks like a kind of like just your average meme stock. We had the massive pump and then just slowed bleed down. This point here was a big level for this stock. This $25.50 level, because what we see here is this was the level before we started this parabolic rally after reclaiming it. That's not a good sign. Also, when we lost this point each time, this leads to breakdown scenarios. Are we seeing something like this where we're coming down, chop, and then maybe retest it for the breakdown? Unsure, but right now all I can see is, for many weeks, this has just been down only. And we're also seeing a fresh silver cross to the downside on the weekly, with the 9 now supporting this theory as resistance. This is, to me, a nice silver cross to the downside. And, this 9 is even now, slightly under the resistant point, giving us more of a bias that it might get front ran first and reject this, because when I see something so sold off, and you have to remember, since losing the EMA 9 on the weekly, we haven't actually seen it rally up to it and reject, proving that it is resistance. Now, since it isn't a downtrend, we'd always assume that, especially with the silver cross, and we have other metrics to kind of give us a bias. But as it stands, I would be watching this as the first point, $23.61. This EMA 9 will keep moving down every closure. But as it stands, I'd be watching for that as the first point of resistance, especially mixed in with that silver cross. Going to the daily here, like I said, we're just kind of clinging on to support. This is kind of like the last level we need to hold, in my opinion. And I drew this simply just from when it IPO'd on the closing basis. I'm using that as kind of the last line. If it gets under this point, this is just like where it's kind of in no man's land, in my opinion. It's kind of like just dead. So this is kind of where you would expect it to bounce and hold, and reclaiming this 9 will be a great sign. But remember, we, still have the 21 and the 34. So overall, this EMA on the dailies giving me confluence of this weekly here, potentially getting tested at 2360. We can see here, it's pretty obvious. I mean, if we go to the daily here, if we do get a bounce, and let's say we reclaim the 9, would it really surprise any of us if something like this happened and then rejects the 34, since it's the first time it's hitting it, along with the weekly 9 right around that $23 range? Definitely wouldn't surprise me. And that's kind of something I'll be watching if this happens. It's interesting to just see this sold down so much. This has been just like a terrible stock in regards to performance. Double top to lower high on the quarterly is not clean for bulls, and what we'd expect this to do is break this low here, which currently is sitting right at $12.40. In my opinion, if we do break, let's say this quarterly does close under this meme line at $16, $16.02. I do think then what we'll have here is basically potentially a lower low in the coming months. Just the same setup here, lost it, and then that basically led to us just dumping slowly, but it surely did. We'd have to assume, since the trend is down, even on the tiny data we have on the quarterly, this is a lower high. And so we'd expect this to give us a lower low, either this quarterly closure or the next one.
What a fucking dump, by the way. Holy shit.
Yeah, very, it's like from here to there now, it's 79%. If we just, this is why I like buying the dip on certain things doesn't make sense. I guess the theory can be, when Trump, when he gets back in office, this will have possibly another move. But why would we look at any of these moves as nothing but just a meme stock move, especially when we see how it always performs? Massive green dildo up, slow bleed down. Massive green dildo up, slow bleed down. And also this barely, couldn't even break this high here. So even on the weekly, in my opinion, this is still in a downtrend. And we'd have to just look at this low to not probably hold. Yes, we can get a mean reversion bounce. Would make sense. It shouldn't surprise anyone. I mean, even though this stock literally does go down only, after all these weeks of red, we'd expect at least some kind of mean reversion bounce, even on the way down here. Down, 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 at least something. Massive squeeze, chop, broke down, went down more. Massive chop, break down. So like we'd expect something to happen similar.
I'll say this. I don't think you should be I don't think the stock is going to be behaving the same way as it did in the past before that first pump that you see now, because before it was just what are they called? A SPAC. And then it absorbed the DJT probably when you start seeing the pumps on the right. So it's a little bit of in my view, it's kind of, there's a lot of SPACs that not a lot, I follow a couple of SPACs and their behavior is completely different from previous.
Yeah.
So I would delete. I think you were muted. Yeah.
There's also a head and shoulders on the weekly.
Yeah, there is. Massive.
Yeah. The bias too on this also is the fresh silver cross to the downside. What am I personally going to trade this? No, but I mean, when we do get this pump up and this mean reversion, I would be looking first at this 9 because that 9 is mixed in with the 21 and the 34 resistance. And especially when we don't get any kind of retest from it, to me, that just basically, this should be an area we should all watch, because if it does get reclaimed, we then have the cluster here at the 21. A nice move, almost a 2x move here to just tap resistance again. But as it stands, we just have a fresh silver cross, and the 9 here lines up nicely with the daily. So overall, the stock's pretty weak. The trend is down. Be wary. Only thing I could think of for the bullish scenario would potentially be, Trump winning the election, and then this catches another, bid and a squeeze. But this area is literally where we probably need to bounce here. We don't really want to break, especially these lows, in my opinion, but close below this meme line, because, we just know the reaction on the little data we have. This is not, this is a big level that, even the chart's telling us here, this is a big point where we kind of should hold. If we don't, it's just kind of no man's land.
I personally, and tell me how you guys feel about this, just because it's such a simple thing to see and say like, oh my God, this must be the bottom. Then if Trump wins, it's going to go up and you're at least going to catch a bounce up. Most likely it'll continue to go down.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, even if we bounce from here, it'd be a nice mean reversion bounce, but don't get it twisted. A mean reversion is just something like this, where like, we just essentially could just keep coming down while hitting resistance now for the first time, giving bears more momentum, trapping bulls. But, that's the thing with these meme stocks. And unfortunately, that's how I'm looking at DJT is a meme stock, because it is performing like that.
You guys seeing Bitcoin? Nice move up.
Yeah, very nice move up, actually. Personally,
my target.
Watching this 59.8 to maybe this daily EMA 100 here. But first we have to break the 200. So it's actually approaching a short opportunity, in my opinion.
Very nice. Very nice. So stay alert on Elite Trading Academy, because if that's a short opportunity, you know that Alex is going to share that shit with you guys there for free. It's gratis. Alrighty. Yeah. Thank you. For you, Alex, right after Nova, because you're doing Micron Technology, right, Farhan? Yeah. Okay. Present. Let me just share your knowledge.
What is the ticker?
For Nova?
Yeah.
Oh, Micron? Micron
Yeah.
is MU, I believe. Is it?
Yep. Got it.
Okay. Sweet. Bueno, vámonos con DJT, Donald J. Trump, damas y caballeros. Esto, para que sepan, es un SPAC, ¿ok? Esto fue un SPAC. Toda esta zona de precio eran otras empresas, todo esto eran otras empresas que absolutamente valieron queso, y esto es el comportamiento real de la acción con Donald Trump, ¿ok? Que sigue siendo una acción de meme, no tiene nada de validez en el mercado bursátil, ni tampoco en comportamiento como cualquier otra acción. Es personalmente lo que siempre decimos. Si van a invertir en esto, siempre que sea dinero que quieran quemar y tirar a la basura, es muy importante entender eso. Vale. Primero lo primero, vamos a poner esto en un gráfico mensual para que puedan ver exactamente lo que está pasando. Vimos el alto más alto que fue cuando salió, un alto más bajo, y podrías hacer el argumento que eso va a seguir la tendencia. Es más, puedes apretarlo acá y poner esto. Si haces esto, te da un objetivo a la baja potente, pero no lo vamos a hacer. Puedes ver cómo se está peleando el precio con resistencia. Y voy a ponerles mis indicadores. Pueden ver cómo también nos demuestra debilidad los promedios del 9 y el 21, cuando el 9 vuelve a bajar, vuelve a ponerse debajo del 21. El 9 es el azul, el 21 es el amarillo, que sí pueden ver tranquilamente en su ordenador, tíos. En este momento el precio se está peleando con el piso. Básicamente no es el fondo del precio, el fondo local son por ahí de los 12.50, pero estamos básicamente en un nivel crítico, y ahorita les voy a enseñar por qué. Mucha gente va a empezar a pensar que esto ya va a ser un movimiento para arriba. Pueden ver, el fondo del fondo está literalmente acá en los 9.86. Y en este momento estás tocando acá, donde todo el mundo se va a empezar a animar y decir, güey, qué chido es el fondo. Una vez que Donald Trump gane, va a tener un rebote a la alza. Pero esto es mucha debilidad, y este cruce del 21 bajo el 9 bajo el 21 acaba de pasar la semana pasada. Digo, el mes pasado. Entonces voy a llevarlos a la semanal conmigo para que lo puedan ver más de cerca y también puedan identificar qué es lo que pasó por acá. Este es un cruce plateado a la baja, un Silver Cross a la baja. También tienes el 9 y el 21 invirtiéndose aquí atrás, lo que demuestra más debilidad, y esto es un kaboom a la baja que, de nuevo, acaba de pasar la semana pasada, el pesando septiembre. Así que podemos todavía esperar aún más bajón. No hay tanto historial en la acción como para saber cuál sería el promedio de ese tipo de movimiento, pero lo que sí podemos decir es que muy probablemente esta zona no vaya a aguantar. Lo que sí tenemos que decir es que probablemente puedas encontrar un rebote. No ha intentado ninguna sola vez. Cada que tienes uno de estos cruces plateados, se abre una oportunidad para poder hacer un short cada que el precio llega a volver a retestear la 9. Pero por ahora ve lo lejos que está. O sea, estás hablando de, para que tengan una idea, de entre ahora y la 9, de casi 40% de donde está el precio en este momento. Entonces, eso es en la semanal. En la diaria estamos viendo un poco de lo mismo. Tuviste este cruce del 9 bajándose el 21 y lo intentó retomar acá, pero en realidad pasó acá atrás. También tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja por acá atrás que pasó en junio del 2024. Tal vez puede ser más o menos cuando intentaron matar a Trump, y de ahí ha estado simplemente bajando en picada. Probablemente, y aquí ya lo dio, puedan ver cómo el precio intentó romper el 9, que es lo que justamente dijimos, cayó, y ahora muy probablemente lo vayas a retestear en la diaria, pero esto no se ve bien de ningún lado como lo quieras poner, y no diría que esto es una buena zona para empezar a a comprar. Yo creo que nunca es una buena zona para empezar a comprar este tipo de acciones, pero bueno, tiene cara de que esto no va a aguantar. Simplemente queremos decir eso, que quede claro. Y para quien me pregunta esto solamente lo voy a contestar yo. Tío Salo, ¿qué opinas de Taylor Swift apoyando a Kamala Harris en redes? Una movida muy inteligente del Partido Demócrata. No sabes también cuánto dinero le están pagando a Taylor Swift por hacer esto. La última vez que hizo esto pudo hacer que con su Instagram, con el swipe up, pueda registrar 1 millón de votadores y de votantes. Y ustedes saben que las diferencias son de este tamaño en estas elecciones donde todo el país está perfectamente dividido a la mitad, según esto. Entonces, es parte del plan. Es parte del plan y honestamente muy inteligentes de usarlo los demócratas. ¿Qué quieren que les diga? Vámonos con Micron Technology. ¿Cómo de que no? Y aquí Farhan es quien nos va a presentar su pantalla. Let us go. Okay, Micron.
All right, so we're going to start on the monthly here.
All right.
We closed within the blue 38.2 zone, and then we tested down to the median. We found some support there, but then on this monthly open, we opened below the median. So as long as we're below the median, we have a statistical likelihood of testing this bottom 38.2 zone, which is right now at $77.02. Right now, we are finding support at the 21 EMA, but I would not expect us to bottom here for 2 reasons. One, because we've already broken this wick low here. Usually, whenever we find a bottom with one of these red candles in a wick, we don't break the lows. We've already broken this low, and then we have a 61.8% chance of hitting this bottom $77.02 area based off of the HPDR bands. I would look for that area to break, though, because usually we don't really find bottoms on this asset in the 38.2 zone. It usually likes to break down below there. I would look somewhere between the 50% and the 61.8%. And the reason why I think it would be the 61.8% is that's where it found the bottom previously. And also it lines right up with this 100 EMA. Right now, the 61.8% is $63.37. And the 100 EMA is at $61.59. So it will be right around this $61 to $63 area where I would expect to find some type of local bottom, if not a reversal. Right now, we look at our HPDR momentum that is flipping down and is breaking into the negative territory, while volatility is starting to flip up. So that tells us that the move to the downside has volatility support, and it's probably going to be the actual impulsive move, and we shouldn't be expecting a correction over here. So that also backs up the idea that it'll probably come down somewhere between $61 and $63. Then we look at the jewel. The jewel started flipping down into this dark blue cell with this red God mode background as well. That tells you that we should be expecting a pretty sharp move towards the downside, but it's not like one of those jewel signals where they're all bunched together and then they all flip down together. Because as of right now, the pink is still above the yellow. So that tells us that the overall trend is still to the upside, but the HPDR is giving us a different signal where it's telling us that we should be expecting a move down with volatility support. And I would rely more on the HPDR because it uses statistical data to give you a higher probability of playing out. Whereas the jewel is just a momentum indicator. So it doesn't have as much reliability as the HPDR does. Go to the quarterly. The quarterly right now is put in this top candle, kind of like a shooting star, but I don't like to see this bottom wick here. It could be considered like a shooting star or a little bit of a doji, but the body is a little bit big. But after that, we had a very sharp rejection candle where it broke down and it retraced this previous quarter and the quarter before that's price action. And it's bouncing currently at the 90 EMA in the top blue 38.2 zone. We look at our momentum indicators on the HPDR momentum, it is starting to flip back down and it's rejecting the bullish control zone. So we should expect it to come somewhere around this moving average, if not this neutral zone at 0%. While the volatility is also flipping down as well. So whenever volatility is flipping down, you should expect that move to be corrective. And this quarterly momentum is going down, so we should expect that to be a corrective move towards the downside. But this is a quarterly chart, so it can take like 3 or 4 different bars for it to play out. And that would be around 9 to 12 months, or basically a year before we actually get this correction to finish and we can move back towards the upside. But if we do break below this top 38.2 zone, which is right now at $88.41, we have a statistical likelihood of coming down to the median. Right now, the median sits at $58.65. So that would be a pretty sharp move down, and right around that $61 to $63 target we were looking at before, which lines up with the quarterly. And then let's see if there's any divergences. Nothing on that one. So right now the quarterly is forming several drives of bearish divergence within the bullish control zone. And also it's being kicked out of the bullish control zone as well. So our first easy target would be this 21 EMA, which right now is at $75 roughly.
Yeah, 73.21.
Yeah, $73 area, which would be the easy target. And let's see if it lines up with the RSI over here. To cross the middle zone, it's going to be $65.81, but this number is going to move up after the next monthly close. Possibly it goes somewhere around, it's going to move down. It's going to be probably somewhere around $60 to $63. And that would be a wick below this 21 EMA. And for the bull's sake, they would really want it to wick below the 21 EMA and then close above it. If not that, if it closes below the 21 EMA, we're going to have a statistical likelihood of hitting the 55, which is currently sitting at, let me see, right around $50 even. So that would be like another important psychological level. Like 25, 50, 75, 100, those are all very important psychological levels. So that would then be our next area to look for a local bottom. See if there's any divergences on the weekly. Weekly has confirmed bearish divergence and it rejected the middle zone. Right now, we're bouncing off the bearish control zone, but with this divergence, and since we're rejecting the middle zone, you would expect it to break into the bearish control zone, and then eventually the bearish critical zone. Right now, the bearish control zone is at $86.35, and this number you should not take seriously at all because this number is going to move up after this next close. But right now, it's at $6.43. But it's
No.
very likely not going there. Very likely not going there. And then we go to the 5-day. 5-day also has confirmed bearish divergence. We should be expecting the bearish control zone, which right now is at $84.16. Go to the 3-day. 3 days has potential bullish divergence. We have 4 hours and 16 minutes left to confirm it. But on the 3-day, we have a confirmed silver cross to the downside. Ooh. So what we would expect based off of that divergence is that we come back up to test this 9 EMA, which is right now at about $97, and is right around the 100 EMA as well. So that's a very nice area for a rejection. So very likely it'll move up there based off the bullish divergence if it gets confirmed, make another lower high over there in a series of lower highs, high, lower high, and the next lower high. It'd be a retest of the silver cross, and then we would end up getting our real move towards the downside. And the VMP is also flipping from a light blue buy signal into a white neutral signal. And on the next weekly open, or the next 3-day open, is very likely to switch to a dark blue sell. Go to the 2-day.
The weekly is so weak.
Yeah, there's it's rejecting every single time it goes towards the 9 EMA. It's rejecting it.
Well, you also had the 9 going under the 21, then you lost the 55, and now you're struggling to keep the 100.
Yes, it's trying to find some footing over here, but it's very likely to end up failing, and based off of the 3-day silver cross towards the downside. So it's very likely to reject that area and then break this 200 SMA and end up making its real move towards the downside. Let's see on the 2-day, I believe there was some divergence. So yeah, there's some bullish divergence on the 2-day as well. It's gonna take, I don't know why this says 3 days and 5 hours, but it's gonna be on the next 2-day open for this divergence is confirmed. And that would also give us, because we have a silver cross to the downside on the 2-day, a target of, because we're already hitting the 9, it would be the 21, which right now is right around $99. That's also an area where I would expect a lower high before we end up breaking down even further. And then on the daily, we have a confirmed drive of bullish divergence. We've already hit the easy target, which is the 9 EMA. Our next target from there is the 21, which is right now is around like $94. So we have this $94 to $99 or $100 area keep coming back up from different setups. And that's what I would expect to have our next lower high before we end up continuing trend, but just to the downside currently.
Or like Kamala Harris would say,
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Max, she's the most person I've ever heard talk.
It's dude. When it started, I really was like, I shouldn't do this. Like, this is gonna destroy my liver, my kidneys from like the anger of listening to it.
She's like the Karen final boss.
Yeah.
Like,
I used to think Hillary Clinton's voice was cringe. Now I've met Kamala Harris' voice.
Yeah, I mean, she's the final boss of the fucking cringe voice in the entire universe.
Even I mean, I couldn't believe he wore the Trump 2024 hat. Joe Biden, he's done.
But also he was going up into the plane and he was carrying a red hat. So they're doing this to get people to. It's so gay. Pinduoduo. Do you know PDD? PDD for Farhan, because I think Alex, you're doing Nova, right?
Yeah, which is Nova Energy, right?
Yeah,
I believe that's what it is. Cool.
PDD.
Yeah, PDD. How come I didn't see that one coming? Jesus Christ. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Farhan. Vamos a empezar en las 3 meses con Micron Technologies. Es una empresa de microchips y tenemos que ver esto. Rápidamente, volteando a ver la trimestral, podemos ver que estamos intentando, ya perdimos rápidamente, le dimos un wicazo, lo voy a acercar al promedio del 9, que está situado justamente en los 88. Y estamos por encima de él, pero ya viendo este wicazo muestra algo de debilidad en temporalidades altas. Y también rompes una resistencia importante, en mi opinión, que está en los 91-97. Cuando volteamos a ver la mensual, aquí vamos a usar un poco más porque ya es más corto tiempo, vamos a usar Candle Theory. Les voy a enseñar acá rápidamente qué es lo primero que pueden ver. La vela más bajista del mundo y es mensual, señores, y está aquí arriba. Donde esta vela pueden ver lo larga que es y simplemente, ¿qué te da una vela de tope? Cuando el cuerpo mide menos de 25%, una cuarta parte de toda la vela, y pueden ver que lo es, y cierra abajo del 25% del cuarto, que probablemente sería por acá, que completamente lo hizo. Luego de eso, ¿qué más tuviste? Confirmación, porque tienes un cierre completamente abajo de la vela, ¿no? Que era esta. Tu confirmación estaba por acá. Perdón, me salió eso bastante mal. Básicamente tenía que aguantar los 125. No, te confirmó el movimiento para abajo. Dale. No nada más te lo confirmó. El siguiente mes también se fue para abajo y ahora en este mes estamos acá. Esto empiezas a ver cómo rompes estructura que está por acá. Empiezas a meterte en una zona donde ya hay más cosas pasando. Te voy a poner acá ahora básicamente los promedios. Vean y nota cómo estamos recargados en el 21, pero ya dimos un wicazo para abajo. El promedio del 21, Micron está cotizando en 90.68. Para que se cierre esta vela mensual y también la trimestral que estabas viendo antes, faltan 17 días y 5 horas. Pero ya estamos testeando el 21, ¿ok? ¿Qué va a pasar? ¿Qué pasa normalmente cuando vemos esto? Empiezas a ver debilidad en el precio, en largas temporalidades. Cuando nos acercamos más y estamos viendo semanalmente hablando, puedes ver que acá tuviste este tope, no es tan claro como el otro, pero tu confirmación lo fue. Perdón. Luego tienes el promedio del 9, que es el azul, bajando del 21, lo que nos demuestra que debilidad. Y acá tienes una confluencia de precio con los promedios, que está por ahí del 100, los 98, que hemos visto en por ejemplo, en la mensual, como tienes acá el 9, que está en los 101. Y es ahí donde empieza a encontrar lugares donde todos estos promedios se juntan. ¿Y qué nos dice eso? En la semanal nos dice que muy probablemente el precio va a rebotar sobre el 100 y vaya a buscar esta zona. La zona del 100 y el 98. Este no va a ser un movimiento impulsivo, va a ser un movimiento correctivo, lo que quiere decir que muy probablemente el escenario va a ser subes, encuentras resistencia, bajas, intentas subir, haces un nuevo bajo y te vas para abajo. Eso es lo que nos demuestra simplemente el precio. Cuando vuelves a ver el promedio, sobre todo en la semanal, de los 200, es el S&P 200, como está en los 77, esto va a subir con este cierre que va a pasar en literalmente 4 horas, muy probablemente vaya a venir acá por los 80. Nuestro siguiente objetivo después de este subidongo y rechazo sería por ahí de los $80. Y el siguiente objetivo que tenemos, cuando volteas a ver en la diaria, acá se ve más claro todo lo que estamos viendo. Tuviste un cruce plateado a la baja, justamente en esta zona, donde el amarillo bajó del naranja, que es el 21, bajo del 55, y más arriba te demostró la debilidad, ¿no? Que es el previo, el 9 abajo del 21, y ahora veniste hasta acá, intentaste retestear el 55, no pudiste, retesteaste el 9, sí pudiste, pero caíste, y ahora está retesteando una vez más. Muy probablemente simplemente por la confluencia que existe en todo esto, y puedan ver acá el 200, el 55 y el 100 están por la zona de los 100, 105. Es ahí donde el precio nos vaya a llevar, pero no logremos romper este alto. Y como no podamos romper ese alto, lo que va a pasar es sencillo. Vamos a crear un alto más bajo, probablemente por este nivel. Rebotemos acá y sigamos la tendencia bajista. En total, el objetivo de todos estos golpes que estamos viendo en el precio de Micron, tu siguiente objetivo son los 80, pero puede que te lleve hasta los 62, que es un precio que no hemos visto desde agosto del 2023, para que lo tengan. Eso es, damas y caballeros, Micron Technology. Para ustedes, vamos a Nova. All right, I'm going to pull it up too. Nova Energy, the future of my balls. All righty, guys.
All right, cool, perfect. Yeah, I'm just watching Bitcoin.
Still going up?
Oh yeah, and it's looking interesting. You know, let me just
6,500, baby. That's it.
You know, for me, it's looking likely that we're hopefully going to test the daily EMA 100. For me, that's an easy short opportunity. It reminds me of the reaction here: massive aggressive move up, tapped it, rejected, formed an evening star, and then we dumped. For me, that's something I'm watching.
It's also the 8-hour 200 SMA.
Oh, nice little confluence.
Just hold on here, because I know this was showing it was on the wrong day. Yeah, that's weird. So I just changed it. Anyways, yeah, the EMA 100 is sitting right around that 60,800 level. That's something I'm watching closely. That has confluence with the weekly HBDR range, but also, my meme line, while also, when we have the EMA 100 on the daily and it hasn't been tapped after losing it, that's for me an area where we should at least get a reaction, some reaction down, in my opinion. It's a big level. So if we do get a squeeze up, which now we are, that's an area I'm watching for, that 60,800 zone, as potentially an easy short. If we catch the extremity short, throw stop loss at the wick high, a little above the wick high, maybe around 61,000, 61,150. For me, the risk to reward would be worth it. And also, all this potentially could be is just, the daily is still in the downtrend. So, we could just be hitting this 21 on the weekly. And then, we'll get back before the day, the closure, which is in 2 days, while also resetting BBWP, potentially forming maybe just another lower high before, but we'd have to break down, So that's all just speculation on Bitcoin. So here we are in Nova. You see here. And Nova looks interesting to me. Especially on the weekly, we're seeing here potentially, it's now getting a move up. I don't see why we wouldn't hit the weekly 9 potentially, but it could just be getting front ran. We are almost at resistance here, right around that $12.30 level. That's something to watch closely. because we can see the reaction when we did rally up to it at this point, even forming this really nice weekly candle. This resistance level, did hold. The difference between here and there is between right at this point, the 34 also acted as resistance, whereas now we're getting the 9 freshly supporting this move up. And also, the 9 is now above the 21, giving us a nice bullish setup and potentially giving us a silver cross to the upside. But we need it to go up essentially for the 21 to actually cross above the 55. Let's check the daily here. Yeah, the daily, I mean, a move up to resistance wouldn't surprise me, but I would be cautious at this $12.30 level. Especially when BBWP is reset, we could get a rejection here and it could definitely come down. This $12.30 level is going to be pretty important for bulls to reclaim. We can see, big moves on the daily usually end up happening around this $12.30 level. So yeah, it's, is this going to be a flip into resistance again? Something we saw here, or are we actually going to reclaim it, potentially consolidate and then get this momentum and volatility expansion for this $15 range?
So you're just simply looking at you're on lower high watch, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because the last lower high I'm seeing is, at $12.85. So even if we hit that $12.39, $12.30 range, to me, it could just be another lower high too.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting. Okay. Sorry, just looking at some bullshit. Nova, PDD, Color Star Technology.
Color Star. Okay. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, so it does exist. Here we go. Vale, estamos viendo, Nova es una empresa de energía y estamos viendo que es lo primero que vemos en esta tabla semanal. Estamos en una clara tendencia bajista. No hay duda alguna, estamos creando mínimo bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos, altos 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 más bajos. Que no quede duda alguna, y eso es en una temporalidad semanal. Quiero simplemente voltear a ver la mensual para ver si encuentro algo que no había visto en menores temporalidades. No, aquí vienes. En realidad vas a intentar retestear el 21, que está por acá, por ahí de los 12.49, que probablemente sea una resistencia importante del precio. Sobre todo cuando lo volteas a ver acá, puedes ver que también tienes el promedio de los 100, justamente en esa zona que coincide con esta línea, por ahí de los 12.50, que muy probablemente nos dé un alto más bajo que este. Y eso te estaría diciendo que aún hay más debilidad en el precio, con todo y que hayas visto el 9 ponerse encima del 21 en esto. Estás hablando de temporalidad semanal. Vamos a la diaria rápidamente. En la de harina, habíamos tenido un cruce plateado por acá atrás. Yo creo que ya te dio todo el movimiento que te tenía que dar. ¿Cuánto fue ese movimiento desde acá hasta acá? 125%, ¿no? Y ahora vienes en zona de nada, arriba de todos los promedios, a pelearte con esta resistencia y con este alto. Es una buena zona para hacer un buen shortillo, donde pones tu entrada en los 12.50 y pones tu invalidación en los 12.90, ¿no? Cualquier cosa arriba de esto, 12.90. Sería una buena oportunidad. Creaste, sí, un bajo más bajo, pero no es un hombro, cabeza, hombros. En teoría eso es un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Rompes tu medida. Sí, sería muy pequeño. Así que, sí, ojo acá con el rebote. Si llegas a romper esta zona de los 12.50, acá es donde te pones con la colita como perro, ¿no? A empezar a menearla y probablemente el movimiento vaya a continuar hacia arriba y busca romper esos 12.90, que es el siguiente alto, y de ahí tienes aire limpio para arriba. Pero estate atento para que esto sea un rechazo y probablemente un movimiento a la baja. Vale, pues. Pinduoduo. Pinduoduo. I don't know if that's the real theme song for it. I doubt it, but still going to throw it out there.
Wow. Color Star Technology is insane. I don't know what they're running. That's crazy.
Insane good or bad?
Good. I mean, it's went from 21 cents to now $1.34 kind of.
Better, like this user, she always brings hardcore fucking shit to the table that we're like, whoa, we didn't expect this to be good. And it is. All right, Pinduoduo. PDD.
PDD.
Oh, man, what a bummer.
All right, so we're going to start with the monthly on PDD.
Why do these dumb things make us so happy?
No idea. I guess
I'll
we're
never understand. Yes, I'll never understand, but that was pretty good.
We got a top over here, a high. We have a low. We have a lower high. Now we should be expecting a lower low to break this low here. And not only that, but we've closed below the blue 38.2 zone and we've rejected the median. And we rejected it pretty sharply. This is a bearish engulfing on this candle right here and this candle right here. So we've engulfed two previous monthly candles with one candle bearish engulfing. We've lost the 9, the 5, and the 21. We're bouncing a little bit at the 55, which we should expect that to be a bounce area. But very likely we're going to break below it since we broke the blue 38.2 zone. And the last time we did that, we ended up testing to the 100% zone, and we wicked severely below it too. But since there's basically 0% chance of continuation from there, we ended up closing within it. So right now, if we were to follow the same move we did last time, we would correct all the way down to $49.94. So basically around that $50 area, which would be a pretty significant drop from here. This would be that would be around like 46.5%, 46.65% down from here. When we look at our momentum indicators on HPDR momentum, we are shifting down and we're getting within the bearish control zone, and also volatility is flipping up. That is still pointed to the upside, which tells us that the volatility is supporting the move down, and we should be looking for a aggressive move towards the downside and not a correction. The jewel right now is in a dark blue cell and it's below the pink. We don't have that much data on this, so the pink has just appeared on March of 2024, but it still does hold significance that we're below it, just not as strong as it would be if we had more data. And then we go to the weekly. The weekly has lost. The weekly has made a gap down, and we've closed below the 200. Now we're rejecting the 200 twice. That solidifies this 200 SMA as resistance. And then we look at the momentum. HPDR momentum is pointed down, but it's trying to flip back up. But it's still within the bearish critical zone. So that tells us that whatever bounce we get is not going to be that strong, and we should be looking for a lower high. And the jewel right now is on a fresh dark blue cell, and it's rejecting the middle zone. First, it rejected the bullish control zone. Now it's rejecting the middle zone. So we're getting a downtrend on the jewel as well, and we're getting this dark blue cell. So we should be expecting some consolidation around this zone since we're at such extremes on the HPDR range, and then we should expect continuation towards the downside from there. Let's check if there's any divergences on this on PDD.
There's plenty of divergences on PDD, and they're bearish.
It might have some roofies in there too.
Absolutely.
So on the monthly, we have a confirmed drive of bearish divergence. We've already hit the easy target, which is the 55 EMA. So, but we don't have a local bottom yet. So we can expect it to go a little bit lower as long as we don't have a local bottom towards the bearish control zone, because we've already broken the middle zone. Right now, the bearish control zone sits at $53.32. Remember that $50 number we looked at before? That was from the HPDR setup, and now we have the same number on the RSI too. On the weekly, we have multiple drives of confirmed bearish divergence, and we're within the bearish control zone. So that's we're trying to flip back up, but the bearish control zone is holding as resistance, as you see by these rejective candles over here. So as long as the bearish control zone is resistance, it's going to be stuck within the bearish control zone. These numbers are going to move up because the weekly is closing in 3 hours and 54 minutes. But right now, the bearish critical zone is not even a number that I'm comfortable discussing because it's so low. It's at $1.49.
Impossible.
Almost certainly, it's not going to go down there. So we're very likely to consolidate, like we looked at on the previous chart on the HPDR extremes. So we're likely to consolidate while these numbers move up. And this probably will go up somewhere around that $50 number that we were looking at before. On the 5-day, we have confirmed bearish divergence and within the bearish control zone. The target right now to get out of the bearish control zone is $98, which it's about $4 away, but it's very unlikely that we bounce towards there within the next candle closure, especially because we're about to close the weekly on confirmed bearish divergence. That's going to end up bringing this down as well.
By the way, Nancy, let me show you a little Nancy Pelosi trade. Go in your weekly.
Okay.
And now on the bottom right of your screen, read the news. 39 minutes ago. Bottom right. Yeah.
Biden hikes tariffs on Chinese goods. Alibaba, JD stocks drop.
One, two, three, 4 weeks ago, probably Nancy Pelosi, because that's when he gapped, right? That's probably where Nancy Pelosi was like, I'm selling this shit, because clearly someone knew a month ago that this was going to happen right now. Isn't that incredible how it works?
The greatest trader of all time.
Oh, yeah.
That she is.
I need to get some private lessons.
I'll give her a lap dance because she can't probably move anymore. And a hand job by those hands with those fingers would probably hurt like crazy. So
good Lord, just had some vomit come up in my throat.
I try.
On the 3-day, we have confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence, and we're within the bearish control zone. On the 2-day, we have some hidden bearish divergence, but we have a local bottom, so the easy target has played out. If we do close below, is this open? $92.66, then we can expect a continuation of this hidden bearish divergence, but until then, it has played out. And on the 2-day, we are getting a silver cross towards the downside from this red candle over here. On the 3-day, I believe, on the 3-day, we have a fresh silver cross towards the downside. We go towards the daily, and on the daily, we're about to confirm a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence because we have a lower high on the price and a higher high in the RSI. So that's going to confirm in the next 3 hours and 51 minutes. And that's also going to be a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone. So then from there, we have to target the bearish critical zone. This number is going to move down after this weekly close, but right now it's at $62.51. So very likely it comes down towards the mid 50s, maybe low 50s, which also lines up with those previous targets from the HPDR and the other RSI divergence. So right now, I would expect a little bit of consolidation because we're at the HPDR extremes, while the ranges move up, but then I would expect the trend to continue towards somewhere around that $50 target.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much for that. For you, LPX, I have no idea what it is. Okay, let me just share this. Thank you. Vale. Pinduoduo, una empresa china, y por cierto, el día de hoy salió un pedazo de noticia que dice, el presidente Biden acaba de subirle las tarifas a todas las cosas chinas, porque recuerden, no quieren que tengas cosas baratas. Es muy importante que todos ustedes coman mierda junto conmigo y sigamos comiéndonos toda la inflación con enterita, con una buena guarnición de patatas fritas. Así que nos la vamos a tragar entera toda esta inflación porque Biden está protegiendo a Estados Unidos, simplemente no permitiendo que entre esta deliciosa deflación a Estados Unidos. No la quiere importar para nada. Eso quiere decir que no les importan los precios, y para todos ustedes que crean que el siguiente candidato va a intentar cambiar eso, para nada, es exactamente lo mismo. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, estamos viendo Pinduoduo, una empresa china, y podemos ver en la mensual cómo tienes este alto creando un alto más bajo y empieza la caída. Interesante el tipo de caída y lo potente que ha sido. Vino a recargarse en el 55 ahí por los $88, pero lo ahora sí que lo penetró rico, intentó volver a subir y tienes esta bajada. Cuando volteas a ver la semanal, te da una mejor fotografía. ¿Por qué? Instantáneamente pueden ver la debilidad, puedes ver este gap a la baja, eso quiere decir que hace 4 semanas alguien sabía esta noticia ya, por supuesto, y lo tradeó, por supuesto que mi tía Nancy Pelosi. Tienes dos cosas que están pasando, ¿ok? Muy interesantes. Una, tienes este cruce del 9 bajando de la 21, que es tu primera señal de debilidad, muy importante. Ahora tienes al 9 rompiendo el 55 para abajo. No significa tanto, pero obviamente te está dando el previo a que viene un Silver Cross a la baja. Y lo más importante, en mi opinión, honestamente, es que nos rechazó el promedio de los 100 acá. Y acá 2 semanas consecutivas o hasta 3, depende cómo lo quieras ver, nos ha rechazado el promedio de los 200, que está en los 98.83 en este momento. Un segundo. Perdón, me tragué la saliva de lado, tíos. Entonces, por aquí de los 98 podemos ver esa confluencia en la semanal. Cuando volteamos a ver temporalidades un poco más cortas, digamos 3 días, puedes ver también, déjame quito estos dibujitos tontos. ¿Listo? Cuando volteamos a ver el gráfico de 3 días, puedes ver acá también varias cosas. Uno, un cruce plateado a la baja, cuando el amarillo baja del naranja, es el 21, bajo el 55, lo que te demuestra debilidad. Tu debilidad empezó acá y te dio este dildo rojo tremendo, lo que se pone abajo esta resistencia o soporte que era antes, y no lo podemos pasar. Y eso también está abajo del promedio de los 200, lo que nos pone en una situación bastante débil con el precio. Si volteas a ver a la diaria, puedes ver que todo esto pasó por aquí arriba, básicamente tu cruce plateado, tu debilidad entre el 9 y el 21, etcétera, y tu promedio de los 200 está acá arriba. Vienes a intentar, ¿qué pasa normalmente cuando eso pasa? Tienes que retestear la 9 y como maldito libro, vino a retestear el 9, lo rechazó y ahora estás aquí abajo. Siguiente objetivo, 84, pero realísticamente no creemos que este movimiento pare hasta los $60.34. Eso, damas y caballeros, es para ustedes. Pinduoduo, obviamente tienes que irte paso a paso y no creas que se va a 60. Tienes que confirmar primero la ruptura de los 84 para poderte ir a testear ese lugar. All righty, sir. Let's go with this. Add Color Star Technology. What a great we went from PDD to ADD.
Yeah, this chart, it's actually pretty bad. I mean, it's just been like down only. I mean, this is like almost like delisting vibes compared to like what it was doing. I mean, if you just keep going up, it's kind of crazy. So it's pretty hard to chart something when it's like this, but granted, we'll still do it. Let me just zoom back in. Good Lord. But yeah, no, this chart's interesting. I mean, we are getting a mean reversion bounce now. Potential silver cross to the upside confirmed. On the daily. So, let me show you here. So, I mean, the daily is getting a bounce. We are pressing resistance now. For what I could find here, resistance is roughly around $1.50. When we reclaimed this level, we even went down to it and back tested it. A nice flip of resistance to support. Now this area is going to be interesting because what I could see here is this. I was almost about to call it a coin because it just to me is like a shit coin. But essentially it has huge ranges. It's extremely volatile. I mean, this is marking the silver cross that happened. This one was pretty successful. The one I marked here, it wasn't the most successful. We still did bounce, but we left a kind of dirty wick, and it really, I mean, even though it wasn't successful in the sense that it wasn't like, it didn't give many green candles on the daily. It still went up 37%. So, I mean, I just call that whatever. So, I mean, that's just a pretty big move, but it didn't give but on this one, you can see, this has been pretty sustained, this rally. And since the silver cross, we've moved 440%, which is kind of crazy because this is like only, I think under 100 days. If this is right, it says 61 days. So
damn,
that's kind of insane. So, I don't know what this company like does. Color Star Technology. Yeah, I'm unsure what they do, but that is insane, like price action. But that kind of shows you, like, even buying the dip on these things that go down, it can move 440% and not even look like that, just because of where it is relative to, where it was essentially, which was, in like the thousands. But yeah, no, that's pretty impressive. So ideally what we'd want here is maybe, we chop up here, and kind of let BBWP reset. That'd be bullish. As long as the 9 and the 21 are holding along with the 34, it seems, good to me. We'd expect the 9 to hold, especially with the silver cross. So we'd expect just like what is happening now. The 9's holding. Ideally, if we can chop, this would give the silver cross and the 9 more support for this meme resistance. That's now flipped into support, potentially being able to break this if we don't, break it on the next maybe daily closure going into next week, or, maybe Tuesday. Overall, though, I mean, 440% in 65 days, that's pretty impressive on a day-to-day basis gained. Let me just do the math there. So yeah, I mean, every day it's going up 27%. So that's kind of insane if that's true. So overall, I mean, yeah, just crazy chart. I'm unsure what they do. I'm interested to see kind of maybe the quarterly on this. This is why you don't want to like buy the dip on this stuff, because I just zoomed in a lot, but even just on the quarterly, we can just see like it's pretty insignificant to like what's been happening, and these ranges are massive. And the chart was like in delisting vibes for sure. People will say, well, it's in a massive consolidation range, maybe, but it just looks terrible.
Yikes.
Imagine $1. Say it again.
Imagine paying $4,000 for this shit.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We're at $1.30 right now. There's people that paid $4,000 per share here.
That's fucked. And you can see here the quarterly EMA 9, is sitting at $4.90. So even if it goes up a massive amount from, like, let's say the wick low here, 3,900%, it still could just reject there. And that's just like shows how just, this chart is really messed up, all around messed up. Hopium on the monthly, though, is that we've reclaimed it. It's EMA 9. We back tested it here, flipped it, and now we're getting that expansion. Let's actually find out when was the last time I reclaimed it here. Yep, right here. So I mean, last time it was above it was in April of 2021. So now, I mean, we just reclaimed it last month in August, and now we back tested it, and now we're getting the expansion. I do like the monthly 21 as well, coming almost at the top. This I have 230. It's currently sitting at 273. So I'd be looking at that $2 range as potential resistance. If the monthly is looking good, I'm sure the weekly is. And yeah, we can see here the weekly is nice. We have this cross on the 9 crossing above the 21. Ideally we can get this more up on a few more closures. We'll get this 21 to curve more up, potentially just giving us a silver cross. But yeah, no, as it stands, it's looking like a good weekly. Some chop here in this range wouldn't surprise me, moving forward, especially since BBWP is hitting extremes. Maybe best case scenario here is like we form some like bull flag, maybe on the weekly, just chop, just go up and down. Oh, do you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
I got a call.
I found out what they do whenever you're done.
Wait, what was that?
I said whenever you're done, I found out what they do.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, no, so like that would be best case scenario in my opinion. We just get some chop leading to maybe a bull flag, and then we can potentially make the next leg up. And that would be, for me, 230 to that $260 range. Interesting chart. Farn, what do they do? I can't.
Mute it.
Oh, I can't hear you.
My bad. At least one time in the stream, I gotta.
Oh,
I
yeah,
mute myself.
it's tradition now.
they provide online and offline music services. Like I'm guessing that you can like download music through them or something like that.
Oh, so it's not so much download, but it's copyright music for fucking stupid Instagram, YouTube, and all that stuff. Yeah. No, this is going to go to zero. And the reason why is because you can do artificial intelligence music for the background for anything. And then each song will be differently enough where you don't need this. This used to be really expensive in the past. That's why it was so much. And now it's worth nothing because these music libraries catalogs used to be quite expensive.
AI is taking their jobs.
Yeah. Well, of course.
Artificial intelligence. Are they getting an AI bid? But yeah, no, that's all I got for this. I mean, you know, just range. We still could hit resistance at 150. Range, bull flag potentially. If we break this down at 109, I'd be looking then at 93, 92 cents. Assuming this doesn't move up too much, the EMA 9 on the daily. But, you know, as just history has shown, the daily EMA 9 has been a good opportunity to bid. And then when we lose it, you know, be cautious and then potentially get out. And that's kind of like, you know, all we can do as traders is just see what's happened. And for now, I mean, it's still support. So ideally, you just want this to move up while it ranges, and then we can get another breakout.
Thank you, sir. Perfecto. And for you, Farin, you doing LPX, right?
LPX.
For Mr. Alex, Lumen, LUMN.
Cool.
Alrighty, I'm going to show this one. Vámonos rápidamente con esta tabla de, ¿cómo se llama? Ad Color Star Technology, una empresa que se dedica a hacer musiquita para internet y derechos de todo eso, copyright, para que puedas usar esta música en tus videos de Instagram reciclados, copiándole el material absolutamente a todo el mundo y quitando toda la originalidad de tu cuerpo, ¿cómo de que no? Pero si estamos viendo la tabla trimestral, cada una de estas velas son 3 meses, pero si crees que has visto todo, déjame te enseño, esta acción no vale absolutamente nada la pena. Vean, cada que jalo esto, aparece más y más y más y más y más. ¿Y esto por qué es? Porque a cierto punto esta acción llegó a valer $4,000. Hay alguien que pagó $4,000 por una acción que el día de hoy vale $1.30, para que tengan idea de lo que estamos viendo, ¿ok? Vale, nos acercamos al precio, vamos al análisis de Alex para que lo podamos todos entender y vean el desastre. Estas empresas, muy difícil pegarle a cuándo vale la pena meterle. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual para poder tener otra perspectiva. Podemos ver que el 21 está en los 270, que está un poco junto con este tope. También me gusta esta convergencia y este promedio va a seguir bajando, lo que también me gusta esta zona de los 220 viendo la mensual. Obviamente estás abajo de la 9, pero en tu gráfica mensual, que es bastante bueno y es una señal de fuerza, acabas de treparte en la 9. Es acá, esta que parece que le entró perfectamente por la culebra a esta vela. Ese es el promedio de la 9, lo que te dice que el precio lleva algo de fuerza. Lo que es impresionante de esto es ver cuándo fue la última vez que retomó la 9 el precio, y eso fue literalmente acá, en febrero del 2021. ¿Y qué fue lo que hizo el precio en febrero del 2021 cuando retomó la 9? Subió 222%, 222%. Eso fue lo que vivió en ese entonces esta acción. Perdón, esto es un desmadre. Vale, nos vamos a la semanal. En la semanal podemos ver la fuerza del precio y del movimiento por acá, porque tienes al 9 por encima del 21, acabas de romper a través del 55 y si sigues empujando vas a tener un cruce plateado a la alza. Esto empieza a verse bastante bien para esto. Pero, ¿qué tanto podemos confiar en el movimiento? Lo primero que tienes que ver es si vas a poder romper los 1.86, que son este alto. Con la fuerza que lleva, no me sorprendería que lo hiciera y pudiera llegar a los 2.27, que sería tu siguiente objetivo y donde probablemente vayas a encontrarte con resistencia. Ahora, esto al mismo tiempo puede caer mañana y nadie se va a dar cuenta y a nadie le va a interesar. Puedes ver lo que pasa en este tipo de movimientos, pero vean, desde que retomaste literalmente la 9, digamos la 9 y el 21, has tenido una subida de 444%. O sea, el movimiento ha sido una bestialidad, pero puedes ver cómo también ha tenido este tipo de movimientos donde cae de acá a acá y es un 90%. Así que con mucho cuidado, extrema cautela, tienes que voltear a ver este gráfico. Ahora, en la diaria, lo mismo. Una vez que retomaste esto, es lo que te dio ese 444% de subida. Puedes ver que está por encima del 9. Tuviste este rebote demostrando fuerza. ¿Qué tanto va a subir esto? Es muy difícil de saber. Esto parece un shitcoin de cualquier criptomoneda. Pero, como siempre, Eder trayendo cosas muy interesantes a la mesa por acá. Así que se aprecia, Eder, y vámonos con el análisis de Pagan en el LPX. ¿Cómo de que no? Oh, you, buddy?
Unmuted myself. Remember
Very nice.
All right, so we're going to start with the monthly on LPX. We have we're bouncing off of the 5 EMA and the 50% range on the HPDR. When if we look at the momentum indicators on HPDR momentum, we're starting to flip back down, and we're getting volatility flipping down as well. So that tells us that we're going to get a corrective move towards the downside. And whenever volatility is flipped down, you usually get a statistical target of the median, which right now the median is significantly below price, and it's lining up with the 21 EMA at $76.50. And the 21 EMA is like 31 cents below that at $76.25. So it's very, very tightly together. I would only expect to get this move towards the downside if we break below this 50%, which right now is at $91.52. If we close below that 50% at $91.52, then overwhelmingly the probability is that we come down towards $76.50. And from there, I would look for another our next higher low before we end up continuing trend towards the upside, especially because the HPDR momentum is still solidly within the bullish control zone. So I would expect it to come down towards the edge of the bullish control zone and correct around there and flip back up towards the upside, like we did over here where we tried to come down. We went to we were in the bullish critical zone at that time. So we tested the edge of the bullish critical zone before we flipped back up towards the upside again. Right now, I would expect a similar thing, but the bullish control zone, I would expect a correction towards there and then flipping back up, and then the volatility to flip up as well to support it. And then if you look at the jewel on the monthly, right now the pink is about to cross over the yellow, and the oscillator is on the light blue buy. So whenever the pink crosses over the yellow, that tells us the fast is over the slow, and that indicates a bullish trend towards the upside. And we have the DMI also sharply green and pointed towards the upside. DMI is like the directional movement index. You can basically get an idea of how the cash flow is going into the asset. And right now that is green and positive towards the upside and within the bullish control zone as well. And then if we go down to the weekly, on the weekly, we tested down to the bottom of the blue 38.2 zone. And now we're getting a very strong bounce off of it. And we're just about to be over the median. We have about 3.5 hours to go. We are currently at $98.47. The median is at $98.90. So if we do close over the median, we'd have a statistical target of, at the very least, this top 38.2 zone, which right now is at $105.58. But also a very strong possibility of hitting the 50% zone. And the 50% zone is currently at $108.31. At that point, I would, if we do a break towards those targets, I would expect some consolidation there, and I wouldn't think that it will go straight through. Possibly it goes towards the 78.6 because that's where I'd like to go beforehand on the previous moves up. Right now, the 78.6 is at $116.14. If that does happen, though, at the very least over there, I would expect some consolidation because the higher you go, the less of a chance of continuation you have. At that point, you'd only have a 21.4% chance of continuation. So I'd expect a consolidation pullback to like these previous highs right around this low $100 area before continuation of trend back towards the upside. And the HBR momentum kind of lines up with that, where it's about to break towards the negative territory, while volatility is going down as well. So that tells us that move down will be corrective, and that we should be expecting a continuation of trend towards the upside from there. And the jewel brushed up against this pink, which right now is acting as resistance, and it's flipping towards a white neutral. The curvature is not exactly pointed down yet. It's still like sideways. So if we do get a dark blue sell, it's not going to be the strongest one. It's going to be a little weak. But if this flips curvature towards the downside, then we'd have a more stronger sell signal. The 5-day momentum is starting to point down, breaking towards the negative territory, and volatility is flipping up. The jewel is giving us that dark blue sell. But like beforehand, though, it's more flat than it is curved down. So it's not going to be that strong unless it curves towards the downside on the next 5-day open. The 3 days momentum is pointed up, while volatility is pointed up, which supports this bounce that we're getting right now. And we're about to brush up against the top 38.2 zone. If we do close above that, statistically likely, like the previous times, we hit the 88.3. Right now, 88.3 is sitting at $112.25. And because it's such an extreme on the HPDR, we only have an 11.7% chance of continuation. So I would expect us to reject this area and consolidate. And if it is bullish, then we would end up for these ranges to move up, and we would continue from there. But we have a very low percent chance of continuation from that 88.3. And the jewel right now on the 3-day is losing its dark blue sell, and it's on the white neutral. So on the next close, we should expect this to break back within the bullish control zone. So right now we're rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone, and we would expect that to be the light blue buy. And the DMI is also pointed green right now on the jewel and staying within the bullish control zone. 2-day momentum is flat. Volatility is going down, which tells us corrective move instead of impulsive, which is we can take this downside right here, which would be the corrective move. Daily right now.
21 kind of like where the 21 weekly is to the $90 flat mark. You would say that that's going to be the most probable correction direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
And right now on the daily, we're getting momentum breaking back into the bullish control zone, and we're getting volatility supporting it towards the upside. And then the jewel also right here lost its downward sell signal, and now it's flipping back into a light blue buy, and it's rejecting the bearish control zone right now. So that's telling us bears tried to take control, and they were not able to, and bulls took back control. Now let's switch to the RSI and see if we have anything on there. So we have multiple drives of confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the RSI. We don't have a local top yet. We're testing the edge of the bullish control zone. I believe we're in it. Let me check. Yeah, we're currently within the bullish control zone. We tried to get out of it, but the bulls took back control, and it's still staying within the bullish control zone. Right now, the number for the bullish control zone is at $96.79. If we do test the top of the bullish critical zone, which seems a little bit unlikely at this point, but right now that number is at $193.76. Quarterly doesn't have anything. Weekly has had some bearish divergence, but now it's been invalidated because we put in a local bottom here. See the 5-day, nothing. 3-day. 3-day has some bearish divergence, but it's also been invalidated with this local bottom here. We're getting extreme lows on volatility. So we should we have 2 periods of extreme lows on volatility. So we should be expecting volatility expansion sometime soon. And to get an idea of which way volatility will expand, we'll check out the stochastic momentum after this. Right now, 2-day has confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and we're back within the bullish control zone. We're getting extreme lows on volatility for a lot of periods right here on the 2-day. On the daily we had bearish divergence, but it's been invalidated. Now let's check the momentum pivots, and then we can get an idea of which way volatility will likely expand. So on the monthly, the pivot is $90.26. As long as price is above $90.26, volatility is likely to continue towards the upside. We check the weekly. Weekly right now, the pivot is $96.90. As long as we're above that, this volatility expansion right here is very likely going to be towards the upside. and then momentum will break back into the bullish critical zone. So once it breaks back into the bullish critical zone, we should expect a very aggressive move from there. The 5-day pivot is $96.56. As long as we're above that, this volatility expansion is going to be towards the upside, and we'll also break back into the bullish critical zone on the 5-day as well. On the 3-day, we're getting very, very extreme lows on volatility, and the momentum pivot is $96.53. So as long as price is above there on the 3-day as well, we will break back into the bullish critical zone. And this volatility expansion from 0% is likely to break towards the upside, and we should be expecting a very aggressive move from there. So possibly we could get that RSI target we were looking at before of the high 190s, because we're getting extreme lows on volatility on the 2-day, 3-day for like a whole bunch of different periods. Let's expand on this so I can count it. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe, bars of extreme lows on volatility. That's about 14 days or 2 weeks of extreme lows on volatility. So we should expect a very, very aggressive move after that, because the way you can imagine volatility, the longer it stays at zero is like basically the further you're pushing a beach ball under the water. And the lower it goes, as soon as you let go of it, it's going to bounce that much more aggressive towards the upside. And right now, the 2-day pivot is $97.16, which we're above right now as well. So every single time frame is giving us the same thing, where volatility is expanding, and we're very strongly above the momentum pivot. And as long as we're above that momentum pivot, the volatility is likely to expand to the upside. And we're getting that on the 2-day, the 5-day, the weekly. We're getting all of our high time frames are lining up, which tells us that is likely the scenario that's going to play out.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. UNG for you afterwards. I'll do a shameless plug right after I translate this one.
Sounds good.
Cool. Let's do it. Estamos viendo LPX. Por cierto, excelente, Pipe. Muy buena tabla. Vamos a ponerlo rápidamente en la del cuarto para que lo puedan ver. ¿Qué es lo que tuvimos aquí abajo? Obviamente un cruce plateado. Tuviste al 9, obviamente, haciendo el previo del 21, subiendo sobre el 21, lo que te indicó que iba a haber fuerza. Aquí tuviste el cruce plateado en esta zona y tienes un zampompazo de cuánto. En cuanto pasó esto. A este día de 600%. Nada mal. Y además pasó no tan rápido. Honestamente, lleva desde el 2015 subiendo esta delicia de acción. Pero en este momento estás encima del promedio del 9, el promedio del 9 cae en los 74.41, el 21 está hasta los $60. Cuando volteamos a ver, vamos a ponerlo rápido en la mensual para asegurarme que no se me olvide nada. Ok, cuando volteas a ver la mensual, puedes ver que el precio se ha venido a recargar, llegó a tocar hasta la 21 en diciembre del 2023, pero antes de eso se recargó en el 55, que claramente no tiene nada de malo, y lo trepó hasta acá. Estamos muy por encima del 9 y el promedio del 9, ojo con esto, atención, está en los 86.66, 86.66. Cuando volteamos a ver la semanal, podemos ver que el 21 está por ahí de los 89.50, en esa área de los 86 de antes. De acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhan, porque estamos viendo la volatilidad y momentum apuntando en la dirección que nos indica que esto va a ser simplemente un movimiento correctivo, muy probablemente vayamos a darnos una vuelta por acá de los 89, 80 y tanto, $85 como máximo, que no rompamos el promedio de los 21 en la tabla semanal. Cuando volteas a ver en la diaria, puedes darte cuenta que el promedio de la 100 está por ahí de los 88 también, lo que nos da bastante confluencia en nuestro análisis de que esto va a tener un movimiento correctivo, va a continuar la consolidación de precio y de ahí va a poder, sin romper los mínimos, ¿no? Sin romper el 91.84, sin romper estos mínimos, muy probablemente vayas a seguir para arriba. Los objetivos de acuerdo a la volatilidad, porque la volatilidad ha sido reprimida o ha estado apagada, si lo quieres ver así, por 12 días, básicamente, en el indicador que nos enseñó Farhan. Y cada que pasa eso, tienes un movimiento violento. ¿Por qué? Porque estás básicamente amarrando a alguien y no se puede salir. Y cuando se sale, lo primero que hacer es, ya sabes, moverse. Entonces, eso va a causar una reacción bastante fuerte. Tu primera cosa a romper después o antes del movimiento correctivo son los 99.50 y obviamente los $100, que es una marca bastante, una resistencia bastante fuerte psicológicamente hablando. Pero siempre y cuando no rompas este mínimo de por acá, te apoyes en el 55, en tus promedios y continúes el movimiento. Tenemos un objetivo bastante choncho en esto, se ve bastante alcista honestamente y todavía no tiene cara que se quiera detener, simplemente porque no existen divergencias bajistas, son casi todas alcistas y sobre todo en temporalidades largas. Creemos que sí puede llegar al objetivo de Farhan de los $190, pero va a tomar tiempo, bastante tiempo. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. LPX para todos ustedes. Vamos rápidamente con el análisis para Tere de Lumen Technologies. Ahí lo tiene Alex. Ready, sir, whenever you are. Oh, hang on, Lois. Hang on. I'm gonna I'm gonna do a shameless plug.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I got you, son. I got you. Maybe not, but I got this. 1 second. Let me just copy the link. Make sure that I'm not posting the one from the live stream. Yep, it's not. Okay. Ahí lo tenemos, Tere and Lumen. 1 second. Ready for everyone. Aquí tenemos el Discord. Una vez más, tenemos que hacer un gran plug para todos ustedes. Vénganse a dar una vuelta. Es bastante fácil de usar. Cuando entren van a ver esta pantalla. Es la pantalla de Elite Trading Academy, damas y caballeros. Lo pueden ver acá para que no se equivoquen. Tenemos las reglas. Tenemos nuestro chat de moderadores entre nosotros. Tenemos el análisis de Alex, que sigue haciéndolo aquí enfrente de todos ustedes. Por supuesto que sí. También el de Farhan. Tenemos también un chat general donde puedes venir a platicar todo, compartir tus tablas con los demás, preguntar cosas a toda la comunidad, aprender todo el lingo de cripto. Lo tenemos en inglés y en español para todos ustedes a 1 hora, 4 horas. ¿Qué significa EMO? En mi opinión, desviación, qué es un EMA, qué es un SMA, etcétera. Lo tenemos todo por acá. Acá vienen a compartirnos todas sus deliciosas ganancias y también sus pérdidas, como de que no. Tenemos a todos los jugadores compartiendo con todos nosotros esas nalguitas, tranquilos. Uy, papi, bien armado aquí este buen long en bluffing, ¿eh? Nos gusta lo que vemos. También acá pueden venir a pedir tablas, pueden venir a platicar, no vean lo de los de... Vienen a darnos sus testimoniales. Si tienen algún testimonial, les ha gustado lo que han aprendido en Elite Trading Academy, vengan, lo vamos a poner en el sitio web que va a subir probablemente ya la próxima semana. Así que ahí lo tenemos. ¿Quieren saber dónde tradeamos? Lo hacemos en Bitget, lo hacemos en Bluffin. Estos son nuestros 2 exchanges de criptomonedas favoritos que estamos usando en este momento. Bitget es internacional, no funciona en Estados Unidos, pero tiene buenos fees y también requiere KYC. Pero Bluffin no requiere KYC, funciona en Estados Unidos, funciona en todo el mundo, aunque tiene fees más altos, no puedes ganar con todo. Y si necesitas usar nuestro equipo para poder ver las tablas, se llama TradingView, y aquí tienes un enlace también para que te den $15 de descuento si quieres comprar cualquier paquete, o puedes usarlo gratis también. Aquí tenemos noticias, preguntas que tengan, ven a decir hola, y es básicamente todo lo que les quería enseñar. Ahora sí, vamos al análisis del potente Alex. Y un segundo, voy a regresar acá con Tere a Lumen. ¿Cómo de que no? Lumen, que también se llama así nuestra empresa en la que invertimos de jugos, pero bueno, eso es independiente. Ready, sir. The floor is yours.
Cool. So yeah, I mean, on this chart, I want to view it on the 2-week. I think the 2-week's interesting to me. It kind of erases all the chop and the noise. Because if we view it on the weekly just real fast, we can just see like it's just super choppy. So sometimes, viewing it on the 2-week can give us more different perspective. And what I see here is, on this whole way down, this EMA 100 has basically been acting as major resistance, never being able to get above. Last time it was above was in 2015, which is kind of insane. So now we're pressing on it again. But it also looks like we're almost forming like a bull flag here. Momentum BBWP on the 2-week hit extreme. So, this makes sense. This is where bulls really want to hold. And to me, this could be setting up for a silver cross on the 2-week chart. The reason why I'm saying that is because we see the 9 has relatively freshly crossed above the 21, and now we see it's getting above the 55, which is what you'd want to see on a silver cross to the upside, where the 9 would basically support price, giving the 21 then allowing it to cross the 55. We need to see this kind of move a little higher, giving it more support to move up. But this is what you'd want to see right before a silver cross to the upside, in my opinion, which is the 9 crossing above the 21. But yeah, so right now, though, we can't disregard this resistance. This has basically been a big spot on the chart. You know, we usually just wick up to it, form some rejection candle, and then come down. So, you know, that's something that we should all be watching, because, you know, resistance from 2015 up until now is pretty massive, you know, and we can see here just visually, like, once we do cross that, let's see where the maybe 200 SMA is. Yeah, so once we, you know, reclaim that, we would then look to this point, the 200 SMA on the 2 week, which is sitting roughly around $11.55. You know, for me, it's like get above the EMA 100 on the 2 week, assuming it doesn't reject. And then once we probably get above $8.30, we potentially could silver cross on the 2 week, which would give us momentum to actually test these highs here. You know, right around $11.64 to like maybe $13. It's a pretty big range on this chart, especially since, you know, it's basically been down only after it's basically topped here. Potential triple top here and then just follow through all the way down. So, you know, seeing it form some structure is very interesting to me, in the sense that, you know, and we're also potentially going to just form like a higher low. That's what we'd assume here. If we do even come down, let's say we reject, testing the 9 is what we first look to, which is interesting to me on the 2 week, because, you know, testing the 9 kind of shows you that this chart is like pretty massive in the ranges. That's a 31% drop, but, you know, testing the 2 week EMA 9 and holding it would still be bullish to me. And then you could argue that, you know, this is a shift in structure. We broke right here the lower high. Right here, we technically never really broke, almost did, but we didn't break this wick low. And now we look for a higher low, potentially giving us a higher high for that breakout, while potentially resetting this BBWP. You know, so that's something I'd consider and watch closely. But we are at major resistance, so watch that. And then on the monthly, let me just check this. The monthly also is kind of nice, and it's kind of giving us confluence of that $12.30 range, because you can see here, you know, just like the 2 week chart, you know, the monthly has been battered down from this EMA 34 for a long time. I mean, again, 2015 was the last time it was above it. So around there, I mean, for years, it's just been on down only mode, but now we've flipped it. And what's nice about this monthly is after reclaiming it, I mean, we essentially back tested it and it's holding the 34 now, which is welcoming to see. And potentially this 9 can cross above the 21 on the monthly, which would be pretty strong. So that is something we'd want to see with more upside, which would correspond, in my opinion, with the weekly giving us that silver cross. So very interesting chart. Next level for me would be at this $8.39. Getting back above there, we probably have, you know, an aggressive move to this $12.30 range, in my opinion, which will be an interesting spot for this chart overall. I don't know what the Lumen Technology does. I guess this is a telecommunications app. So yeah, no, very strong in the sense that, you know, on these lower time frames and also just like the last 3 months, it's been pretty strong. So, you know, some consolidation potentially would be welcomed here, as long as it could just keep its bullish structure and definitely not lose this $3.30 range that it, you know, flipped into potentially support. We'd need price to prove that to us.
I would be very wary on this simply for one factor. The last news that came out 2 days ago says, because this is a major telecommunications company, right? It says Lumen Technologies bets on AI deals to turn on its finances around. So the fact that they just said AI deals and to make more money is what's probably giving them this mega pump. So while it does look strong, I would be cautious into going into something that literally used the trend of AI just to put it on a news clip and have people go like, that's it. Now that they're using AI, their entire problems are solved. And now this incredibly large downtrend that started in 2015, 2014 is going to reverse. So just saying, a little
No,
cautious.
you're absolutely right. You know, because like we've seen that with like even in the crypto world with Chainlink, I mean, Render, they all caught like a little bit of the AI sprinkle and it just went to shit. So no, you're 100% right. But it is interesting to watch and see. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
up until now that's a long time.
And the chart does show strength, which can't say anything negative about that. It is what it is. So let's go. For you, Alex, OMG, open door.
Okay.
All righty. Bring this on. Let's go. Lumen, para todos ustedes, Lumen Tecnologías. Quiero, antes que nada, le estoy enseñando una tabla mensual, ¿ok? Y voy a hacer esto para que puedan ver bien. En esta tabla mensual, el precio en este momento, Lumen está cotizando en $6.12. Pueden ver que ha estado en una tendencia bajista desde literalmente el 2014. El 2014 fue que tocó el tope, y desde entonces ha estado bajando constantemente también. Ahora, ¿por qué está subiendo? Ahorita vamos a ver la tabla. La tabla tiene mucha fuerza a la alza, es correcto, eso no hay ninguna duda en lo absoluto. Pero aquí hay un pedazo de noticia que nos dice que Lumen Technologies está apostando absolutamente todo en AI para poder voltear sus finanzas negativas en positivas. Esto es un gimmicky title que te está diciendo, esto es un título que está usando completamente la absurdez de inteligencia artificial sin poder probar nada. Simplemente te están diciendo que gracias a inteligencia artificial van a poder cambiar la manera en la que van a hacer dinero. ¿Ok? Entonces tengan cuidado con esta jugada. ¿Por qué? Porque la tabla se ve bastante bien. No les voy a mentir. Cuando voltamos a ver la tabla en la mensual, podemos ver acá varias cosas. Uno, no hemos roto y estás formando estructura, podrías decir, porque este es el bajo más bajo que tocó en los puntos 744. Y en este subidongo podemos ver que no lo tocamos, nos quedamos básicamente en los 99 centavos. Ahora, ¿qué más estamos viendo? El precio retomar el promedio de la 9, y esto es en la mensual. También retomar el promedio de la 21 y ahora se dirige a los 744, que es básicamente donde está el de las 55, donde fue rechazado originalmente acá en agosto, y ahora vamos por un segundo intento y el cierre de esto le faltan todavía 17 días con 4 horas para que lo tengan muy presente. Antes de la mensual les quiero enseñar, de la semanal les quiero enseñar 2 semanas para que también tengan perspectiva con esto. Estamos aquí chocando contra el promedio de los 100. Hemos trepado el promedio de los 55, también del 9, el 21, y el 9 y el 21 cambiaron de posición. Ahora el 9 está por encima del 55 y del 21, lo que nos demuestra fuerza en el movimiento que estamos viendo y nos da certeza que el precio que estamos viendo probablemente siga su movimiento para arriba, siempre y cuando pueda vencer este promedio de los 100. La última vez que Lumen venció el promedio de los 100, créanlo o no, y fue cuando básicamente lo perdió, fue en marzo del 2015. O sea, ha pasado muchísimo tiempo. Una vez lo intentamos, lo rompimos por acá, pero volvimos a caer, nunca más volvimos a llegar a retestearlo hasta acá, hasta el 2021, 1, 2 veces y lo perdimos. Para que tengan eso presente. Pueden ver el SMA 200 está por acá de los 11.55. Lo que es interesante de esto es que si rompimos en esta estructura de 2 semanas, si rompimos este alto que está por acá, entonces estás formando, como les dije, estructura alcista. Voltealo a ver en la semanal, ajustemos el tamaño para que lo puedan ver. Y en la semanal podemos ver algo interesante. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza, donde el amarillo se fue encima del naranja, que es el 21 encima del 55. Puedes ver que el 9 está encima de todos ellos. Y esto literalmente, ¿cuándo fue la última vez que retomó el promedio de las 100 acá? Pero fue en estos pompazos del 2021. Ahora, ¿qué tan grandes fueron esos pompazos en el 2021 cuando le ganó a las 100? no son tan grandes, literalmente como de 15%, para que tengan eso en mente. Y volvemos a ver este número, el 722, con el promedio de los 200 días en la semanal. En la diaria podemos ver que tuvimos todos los cruces que habíamos platicado y más. Estamos por encima del 9, bastante arriba del 21, aunque lo habíamos perdido por un segundo. Esto demuestra bastante fuerza en el precio. ¿Qué estamos esperando ahora? Un poco de consolidación. No nos molestaría que venga a probar por acá entre los 5 y los 5.68 a retestear esto y seguir su camino a la alza. Nuestro siguiente objetivo a romper son los 8.39. De romper los 8.39, tenemos bastante fe de que esto siga su movimiento, su cruzada hacia arriba hasta los 13.42. Así que ojo con Lumen, pero también esto podría ser simplemente algo que ya se esté acabando y regrese para abajo. Así que pongan muchísima atención a ello. Y damas y caballeros, les traigo a Farhan platicando de UNG, damas y caballeros. ¿Cómo que no? Walter, ahí lo tienes, ¿cómo que no? Llévatelo a casa.
I remember to unmute myself again. We're improving.
Well done, sir. Well done.
We'll start with the quarterly because we have a lot of data on this.
And that is, one second, UNG.
So the quarterly, we ended up closing below the blue 38.2 zone. We rejected it 2 times, and now then we got followed through towards the downside. Right now, we are at the bottom of this fib retracement that I drew earlier, and we're about to break below this 100%. Once we break below that 100%, we have statistical, I hate this word so much.
Statistical
Likelihood of going towards the 161.8%, which right now is at $3.14. And that number may sound pretty crazy right now, but you have to look at the overall trend and see that. And it's not going to go there right away. It's going to take several candle closures to get there, possibly maybe 5 or 6, and that would be 15 to 18 months for that to play out. But it doesn't seem so crazy whenever you look at the inception of the chart from 2007. It literally just goes down only down.
It's an ETF.
This thing doesn't know what an uptrend looks like. It's always down only. So eventually, like, it's very likely just based off the trend to go down to this fib target of $3.14. If we go to the quarterly on the HPR momentum, we're breaking into the extreme territories. We went all the way down to 100%. So it's natural here to get a little bit of a bounce while volatility resets, and we could see a bounce towards this candle close right here, which is at $17.43. It's not very likely considering we've already broken this candle's low. So we could just consolidate here while momentum points towards the upside. It tests the edge of the bearish control zone, and then it could flip back down from there. And at that point, the volatility will probably reset, and the volatility can flip up again, so we can move towards that $3 target. Check the 5-day. 5-day momentum is pointed up, and volatility is pointed up too, which supports the idea of that bounce. And very likely we could see, because we're above the 90 MA, we could see a move towards the 21, which is right now at $15.61. And if we get towards that area, we would very likely hit the 78.6% level, which right now is at around $16.30, which lines up close to that $17 number we were looking at before on the I believe it was the monthly. No, quarterly, my bad. So now on the weekly, we're getting that move above the 9. Let's check the 5-day. 5-day, we're also above the 9, and we're at a close over the 38.2% zone, this blue zone. And if we close above that, then our next target would be the 21 EMA, which lines up with the 61.8%, and that one is currently at $15.61. We're getting our momentum breaking out towards the bullish control zone, and we're getting volatility supporting it, and we're getting the jewel crossing above the pink, and we're getting the light blue buy. Check the 2-day. 2-day, we're solidly within the bullish control zone and HPR momentum. The volatility is flipping up, and we're only at 70%. So we can still go another 20-25% before volatility tops out. And the jewel is also above the pink. The pink is crossing over the yellow, and we're getting a light blue buy. So we should be expecting a little bit of a move towards the upside. Right now, an easy target for that would be the 55 EMA, especially because we closed over the 21, which has been resistance ever since June of 2024. 55 is right now at $15.80. Possibly we could go a little bit higher towards the 95%, and that one is at $16.10. The last one is daily. Daily is breaking out into the bullish control zone, and the volatility is flipping up as well. It's at 75%, so we could move up another 20% in terms of volatility. And the jewel's on a light blue buy. Pink is above the yellow as well. So on the HPDR term, it's looking at least in the short term, bullish. But on the very long terms, it's extremely bearish and likely to continue trend towards the downside once this mean reversion bounces over. Let's check the divergences. Monthly, nothing. Quarterly, oh, we do have it on the quarterly. We have confirmed hidden bearish divergence on the quarterly. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of confirmed hidden bearish divergence, and we're still within the bearish control zone too. So our target would be from there, the bearish critical zone, and that number is currently sitting at.
Impossible?
Yeah, literally doesn't even tell you. It's impossible. And to get out of the bearish control zone, you'd have to close over $59.29, which does not seem very likely at this moment.
Nope.
So it doesn't even tell you what this number is. We'd have to wait until the next quarterly open to see what this number is, and very likely it would be around that $3 number we were looking at before. Monthly, nothing. Weekly, we have some confirmed bullish divergence, which also lines up with that idea of a bounce that we were looking at before. We can bounce all the way up to $16, maybe $17, and it would still be extremely bearish on the high time frames. And at that point, this RSI divergence would have played out too, while the volatility oscillators reset. The 3-day, same thing. We have that confirmed bullish divergence, so we should be expecting a bounce in the short term. 2-day, we have bullish divergence. And the daily also, we have multiple drives of bullish divergence. So we should be expecting a bounce in the short term, bounce up, make a lower high, and then continuation of trend on the quarterly towards that $3 number.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so much. Let me share something with you also about UNG. Right here on the weekly, you see where the 21 EMA is at 1555. Yeah. This channel has been respected like a motherfucker by price action since October of 2023. So most likely you are indeed going to get a rejection right here on the 1560 area, which also has confluence with your analysis, and then we can go find newer lows.
Nice.
Yeah. I love it when shit lines up with like more stuff too. So yeah, either way, that's just some other stupid. Exactly. Open door. So Alex is doing open door. Do you want to do Ford?
I got it.
They make cars.
Oh, do they?
Because last time I can't believe you didn't know what Stellantis is, being a fucking car fan, dude. It's so hard.
I had never heard of Stellantis before.
Well, because they hide, because they're such a terrible company that they need to call their brands Maserati and other things. But yeah, it's fucking goddamn Stellantis. I hate them either way. Okay, I'm going to do this one. Vamos a ver, estamos viendo UNG, damas y caballeros. Obviamente este es un ETF del gas que probablemente va a acabar en cero. Recuerden, todos los ETFs, no todos, pero los grandes ETFs que usas para comprar otros productos por parte de terceros acaban siempre o casi siempre en cero. Me parece que esto es completamente innecesario. No tengo por qué ponerles dos canales por acá, pero en fin, vamos a empezar con la gráfica de los 3 meses para que tengan una idea de lo que estamos viendo. Podemos ver que hemos estado en una tendencia bajista bastante potente y estamos literalmente abajo del 9, abajo del 21, fuimos rechazados por el 21, seguimos cayendo, además de que si estamos viendo velas, ¿qué es lo que estamos aprendiendo? Estas son velas de tope, sobre todo la roja es una asesina y tu confirmación estaba abajo de esto, esta vela te confirmó y nos dijo, nos vamos para abajo, papi, ¿y qué pasó? Nos fuimos para abajo. Vale, entonces ahí tienes los 3 meses. Vamos a rápidamente darnos una vuelta en la de un mes para ver lo que estamos viendo, porque en largas temporalidades esto se ve muy bajista en todos los indicadores de Farhan simplemente porque lo es. O sea, el precio que tiene como objetivo el trimestral, que quiere decir que va a llegar en año y medio, son $3 y cacho, $4. Y eso es bastante realista, entendiendo que esto va para abajo y solamente ha estado yendo para abajo por mucho tiempo. Estas no son cosas que quieres comprar y holdear con cojones. En la mensual tienes el promedio de la 9 en los 17, pero obviamente va a bajar con este cierre cuando lo haga y va a continuar su camino para abajo. Pueden ver cómo respetó el canal también, fue un rechazo, y también esta línea meme que lo tengo en los 14.54, rechazo también, pero ahí se está peleando por este momento ahora ahí. Si los llevo a la semanal, y como de que no, claro que los voy a llevar por su pollo. Si los llevo a la semanal, aquí pueden ver cómo está retomando el 9. Está un poco arriba el precio. En este momento, UNG, el gas natural, a través de un ETF, está cotizando en 14.53. El promedio de la 9 está en 14.44, literalmente menos de 10 centavos. Y tenemos bastante confluencia acá con el 15.55 y la parte top de este canal, lo que hace una resistencia importante del precio desde el 2023 hasta ahora. ¿Qué estamos esperando? Que probablemente vengamos a buscar esta parte máximo, que venga por los $17 y de ahí darse vuelta creando, porque lo pueden ver por acá, no dejen distraerse de todas las estupideces que están viendo en el gráfico, alto más bajo, bueno, un alto más bajo, y esto sería, aunque le pegues a los 17.99, un alto más bajo. Y también del otro lado, ¿qué estamos creando? Estamos formando bajos, bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos y bajos más bajos. Aunque el movimiento a corto plazo está creando estructura y esta estructura tiene más cara de que quiere ir para arriba que para abajo. Por eso decimos que muy probablemente vayamos a retestear el 21, que tiene sentido cuando lo ves en temporalidades más altas. En la mensual está en 17 el promedio de la 9, lo que tiene también una posibilidad alta de tocar, pero ya cuando nos acercamos más, ponemos la diaria, nos podemos dar cuenta, y esto nos va a dar la idea del movimiento a la alza, cómo puedes ver que también el promedio de la 100 acaba justamente en la parte superior del canal, en los 15.61, para que vean la convergencia de todos estos puntos, y en este momento el precio fue rechazado por el 55, pero tenemos esperanza de que todavía venga para acá. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí abajo vimos como el promedio de las 9 le dio la vuelta al del 21, dándonos una señal de fuerza en la diaria, lo que quiere decir un movimiento a una semana, un par de días, todavía tiene alcance para llegar y empujar más para arriba. Vale, alrighty, Alex, ready for your shizzle, my nizzle. Open Door Technologies.
Nice. So right now, I mean, this isn't the most clean inverse head and shoulders, but this is what I'm seeing. Potentially, I mean, this would give us a target measured move to $3.4850, which actually lines up with the major meme line here. This is basically every time we reclaimed it, we've just kept going up essentially, and losing it has led to major dumps. So I find it interesting if this is true. That would be the measured target. Assuming though, right, we get above the daily 3-day EMA 100. So something to point out there, and also volume is also supporting it. Just a few days ago, I mean, people are buying this volume. This spike hasn't happened in a long time. So and it's a green volume, looks good. So it's basically confirming that if we do get above the neckline, I do think that this could play out potentially. I always, though, think of the measured moves, I always take with a grain of salt. And right now, I mean, we do see on this 3-day, which is closing today too, we are back above the all major moving averages that I look at on the lower time frames. So ideally what we'd want to see into next week is, if we close above here, we'd want to see at least a move back into like a throwback to the 34, maybe a wick to the 21. But if we do get that move back up and it solidifies the support, what I'm liking here too, that might help the inverse head and shoulders, is the 9 might cross above the 21, which would be welcoming. We haven't had that in a while on this chart. it would just match the bullish momentum that we do see more in the lower time frames. Let me go to the weekly here. So yeah, the weekly right here is catching resistance now, especially on this weekly 34, EMA 34, right at $2.36. So we'll see where this closes in 2 hours and 50 minutes. It is welcoming though to see it healthily above the 9, and especially the 21. So I mean, if the 3-day can cross the 9 can cross above the 21, then we'd hopefully get it on the weekly as well, which remember can be like an event for a silver cross to the upside, which would be nice. So, more confluence to maybe the inverse head and shoulders playing out. Let's see how the monthly looks, even though there is a lot of time on the monthly. And this is something I want to bring up. We should be cautious on the monthly. Essentially, the monthly here. Let me get the volume chart off. The monthly here, we can't disregard that. It is still under the monthly EMA 9. And this is a major point of resistance for many, many months. So, we just hit it now. We have 17 days. That is something that, right at the neckline too, we need to break this with force, in my opinion. If we can get above it and hold, this would be a shift in structure. And then we'd look at basically this open door to prove to us that this is a flip in support by actually coming down and testing it. So, we'd have to see kind of maybe what happens. Maybe we rally up to this point, which was the inverse head and shoulders target, and also the monthly 21. Reject and coming back test this zone here again. But yeah, if we can get back above here on the monthly, I think this would be a shift overall, assuming we hold it. And then, yeah, just give us more momentum to break out actually to that 350 target. Just see. And I'm liking too, BBWP is resetting. It's coming down. It's looking healthy. Ideally, we just stay above this daily EMA 100. Gives us kind of a free ride almost to this 200 SMA on the daily. Getting back above there and holding would be a very welcoming sign. We can see here that, it got above it here, but it couldn't hold it. Nice evening start, a breakdown, bearish retest to the neckline, came down. So, ideally, that's kind of what I'm looking at on open door. It's sort of shifting. We just wanted to kind of prove to us that it is. And I do think that this 3-day close is going to be interesting to see. Does it hold the 34 going into the next week? As long as it can, then I do think that, it's like the 3-day close and the daily close. As long as also the daily can hold the EMA 100, that would be a good sign. Ideally, we don't want this to deviate. There's still 2 hours and 47 minutes. So, if bears want to take control, they could reject this. The trend is still down, but breaking out would be, quite welcoming. And also breaking this high could give us momentum to potentially, break out and solidify the inverse head and shoulders. But yeah, for now, I mean, bears want to step in here, give us that deviation. If we lose this EMA 100 on the daily, that is a cause for concern, because then you could look at that as like an SFP. Then we'd probably test the 9. And if we lose that, which even testing that again after being above here would be a cause of concern. But, if we test there and then get back above the EMA 100 fairly fast, then, that would look good. Just chop them. But if we deviate it, history has showed us that that's not the best sign. And we'll probably lose the EMA 9.
Yeah, it's a lower high too on the right with that shooting star.
So, I mean, exactly. That's why bulls kind of want to defend here and step up. Bears want to reject here, give us that deviation, not break this high, call this another lower high for that actual breakdown move. So,
effectively, sir. Thank you so much. That's great. And I think you are done after far ends forward.
Cool.
All righty. Let me jump into this. Interesting. Bueno, estamos viendo, perdón, se me fue el pedo cambiar esto a Open Door. Vale, Open Door, he visto a Open Door subir casi 40% en 3 días. ¿Cómo lo ves? Llegará a 2.9. La razón por la que estás viendo a Open Door subir en esto 40% es porque acaban de anunciar que David Benson está entrando a la mesa directiva, al consejo directivo de la empresa. Ahora, esta es una empresa de bienes raíces. Estás entrando en un ciclo donde ya de por sí estamos en los peores 40 años que hemos visto en bienes raíces en cuanto a transacciones se refiere, no precios, transacciones. ¿Y qué es lo que acompaña a las transacciones? El precio, si lo quieren ver, es como el hash rate de Bitcoin, ¿no? Y es lo que estás viendo en este momento. Vamos a analizar esto para contestar tu pregunta. Temporalidad alta, ¿no? Que normalmente esperarías, güey, qué chido. Creaste un bajo acá en menos de $1. Luego trepaste acá. Bien. Luego creaste este bajo. Bien, es más alto que este. Luego creaste este alto que es más bajo que este. Ok, bueno, siempre y cuando no rompamos los bajos. Y creaste un bajo más bajo. Larga temporalidad te está diciendo que esto tiene más cara de que va a bajar. Y acá tienes el promedio de la 21, que es literalmente esa línea azul que puedes ver acá, rechazando el precio. Ok, esto es en la mensual. Vamos a ver en la semanal. En la semanal, y es a más corto plazo, y es por este tipo de noticias, empiezas a ver fuerza en el precio. Puedes ver que estamos arriba del 21. Voy a acercarme un poco más para que lo puedas ver mejor. Estamos arriba del 21. Digo, del 9, estás arriba del 21, pero todavía no se trepa el 9 encima del 21, que es lo que nos daría fuerza. Pero tienes el promedio de las 55 acá en los 2.63. Tu pregunta es, ¿puede llegar a los 2.9? No sé si a los 2.9, pero puede llegar a los 2.63 realísticamente el precio en corta temporalidad. De nuevo, ve cómo estás creando nuevos mínimos y estos son nuevos altos. No estaría yo tan confiado de que esto va a ir para verse estelarmente bien. En la de 3 días podemos ver un poco de lo mismo. Estamos encima del 9, del 25. Estamos siendo rechazados por el promedio del 55. Y lo que es interesante es la confluencia de estos dos promedios, el S&P 200 y el EMA 100, donde el 278 es donde está el 100 y en $3 con 3 centavos está el 200. Estos van a bajar obviamente y te van a llevar probablemente a esa zona donde estás hablando de, tal vez no los 2.9, pero por acá en los 2.77 es lo que tiene cara de hacer. Ahora, si llegas a hacer eso, eso sería malo y de ahí se revierte el precio para abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí estarías creando un bajo más bajo y eso, un alto más bajo. Y eso me diría que probablemente vas a crear un bajo más bajo porque es lo que ha estado haciendo el precio sin problema alguno. Simplemente la diaria puedes ver la fuerza. Aquí sí, el 9 ya cruzó el 21 y el 55. Lo voy a acercar más para que lo puedas ver bien. Aquí ya tienes ese cruce y ahora, ¿qué te aparece aquí arriba? En los 268, ¿cuántos puntos de convergencia tienes ahí? ¿Cuánto en diferentes temporalidades? Lo que nos dice que muy probablemente esto sí pueda tener ese rebote a 268, 270. No te puedo decir si los 29, pero de ahí tienes que checar, si eres alcista en Open, que esta vela de tope, que por cierto es de libro, le puedas ganar. Y eso está en los $3 con 9 centavos. Si no puedes pasar de esto, y también para empezar tienes que vencer estos altos que son 2.55. Si ni siquiera puedes hacer eso por acá, vas a tener problemas. Acá arriba, pues esto te va a dar el problema y tu segundo empujón a la baja. Así que tiene a corto plazo ganas de subir, hacer un cruce plateado y probablemente darte el trepón, pero ahorita mismo se acaba de dar un buen bajón enfrente de tus ojos. Con precaución, es lo que diría yo, teniendo todos estos puntos en cuenta, es creo que lo más importante y relevante de lo que tienes que saber de Open. Y vámonos con Ford, como de que no a la casa del tío Farhan.
Henry Ford, his company.
He would fucking die if he saw what they're doing these days with these cars. Poor guy. Oh, he's already dead.
I heard he sold some vehicles to Hitler. I don't know if that's true or not.
Ford?
Yeah.
He'd never admit it. Never admit it.
But remember, Elon Musk is the Nazi.
That's right. He will always be that motherfucking Wait, no, South Africa.
Have you heard that?
They hate that he's African too.
Yeah. People on Twitter are starting a whole thing about just because he was born in South Africa doesn't make him African.
Oh my God.
And like, how does that even make sense?
Unbelievable. 2020.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, say it. You go.
People make absolute retards of themselves when they don't like somebody.
I know. They'll say and do anything just to prove a point that doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Crazy.
You can never win.
Yeah.
So ever since February of 2021, this thing has been in a massive monthly downtrend. Not only has it been in a downtrend, but it has a monthly silver cross to the downside, and it's been rejecting the 9 EMA and the 5 EMA the entire time through since September of 2022. So basically 2 years has been rejecting the 5 EMA. We had a little bit of a spike up here. I'm not sure what caused it, but we ended up spiking up about 133.5%. It's pretty crazy. And then it ended up reverting the whole move and closed red and rejected the 5 EMA. That was a massive bearish engulfing of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 months, basically 9 months. Yeah, 9 months of bearish engulfing. So we should be expecting a pretty severe downside move from there. And that was only 2 months ago. So we could easily come down towards, based off of that, towards this 95% range, which is at $2.17. And if it's extremely bearish, down towards this 99%, which is at $1. I don't know what would happen to Ford if they go down to $1. Would they be bankrupt? I don't know.
They'll get bailed out.
And we have right here on the jewel, it tried to flip into a God mode a buy signal with a green background, but when it went to neutral, but it got smacked back down from neutral into this dark blue cell, and it's staying within the bearish control zone. It's not able to get out, which tells you that the bulls tried to take control, but they couldn't even get out of the bearish control zone, which is not a good sign to see. The HPDR momentum is trying to flip back up, but it's still heavily within the bearish control zone. So we should only be expecting, at the very best case scenario, a short-term dead cat bounce, but we're not even getting that. And volatility is starting to flip down from the highs of 87%. So we should be expecting, if not a dead cat bounce, like possibly up to the 5 EMA again, which is right now at $4.28. Unlikely that happens. What's more likely is that we go sideways for a little bit, maybe a little bit down to touch this 88.3 at $3.15. But I wouldn't be expecting a big move down until this volatility resets. We go to the weekly. The weekly right now is rejecting the top of the blue 38.2% zone, and it's rejecting the 5 EMA as well. So as long as we're below both of these, the 38.2 and the 5 EMA, we have to assume that the trend is still sharply to the downside, and we have to assume that we're going to hit the 78.6% next, which is right now at $3.25, which aligns with that previous $3.17 number we were looking on the monthly. And if we look at our momentum indicators right now, HPDR momentum is pointed up, and it's above the moving average, and it's breaking back towards the positive territory. It's still negative right now, but it's along with the volatility going down, we should be expecting this to be a corrective move. So this is probably going to push up towards somewhere around this zero territory to try to break up into positive. But based off the volatility, it looks like it's most likely going to reject somewhere around there, and then at the very least come down to make a higher low before it moves up again. And we would need volatility to flip up to support that. On the jewel right here, we're getting a dark blue cell, but it's kind of curving around a little bit, going a little flat, and it's brushing up against the pink, which is kind of acting as support right now. If we do see this flip white and then flip into a light blue cyan buy, then we can expect that bounce that we were looking at before on the monthly, where it's flipping up from extremes. But until then, we can't expect that bounce until that actually plays out, which is something to watch until it's confirmed. 5 days momentum is breaking towards the upside. It's slightly positive right now, but not really that much, like 0.48, while volatility is at extreme lows. It's like 0.48% on volatility as well. So we once this volatility starts expanding, if this is still in the positive territory, we can expect that move towards the upside, which right now would give us a target of that 21, which is going to drop by the next open. and it's going to probably be around this 50% zone right now, which is around
Wait.
$4.30.
You're looking at Forward Industries.
Forward Industries. Oh, fuck.
Oh my god.
They have the same ticker?
Yeah, it's the craziest thing. There's also like the other Ford Motor Co., which is not populated, and the regular one.
So
Oh. Well, I guess I started.
I'm very.
Please excuse me, I'm retarded. I eat crayons.
Oh my god! By the way, it's kind of doing the same thing.
Yeah, basically, we're rejecting the top of the bullish 38.2 zone, and we're at the bottom, and we have bearish engulfing of two previous quarterly candles. So 6 months we've just bearishly engulfed, and we have 17 days and 3 hours before this closes. But as long as we're below the median, it's looking extremely bearish. And since we've already tested this 38.2 zone, we're very likely to break it the next time around. Probably go somewhere between the 50%, which is $9, and the 61.8%, which is $8.17. I would expect some type of reaction there, possibly a little bit of a dead cat bounce to test this bottom mean line right here. Most likely we reject it, and we end up breaking down towards these lows over here, which is somewhere around $4.14 to like around $4 flat. If you look at the quarterly HPR momentum, it is flipping down. It's breaking back towards the negative territory, and it's rejecting the getting out of the positive territory or getting into it. And the moving average is also pointed down as well, which tells you that momentum is strongly towards the downside. Volatility is starting to flip back up a little bit. It's in positive territory now because volatility it's at 18. It tested all the way down to 4.39%. Now we're expanding from there to 18%, while momentum is pointed very heavily down. The jewel right here is giving us another fresh dark blue sell signal, and it's rejecting the bullish control zone. So now we're getting this gray line right here is the bearish control zone. Now it's very, very likely going to break into the bearish control zone, and it's also going to be a downtrend on the jewel as well. That would give us an HPDR target of somewhere around that before we bounce around $8. Probably bounce from there, test this meme line, and then break down towards those lows. Go to the monthly. On the monthly, we've broken below the blue 38.2%. We're getting some bounce at the 61.8, which we were also expecting on the quarterly. But since as long as we're below this blue 38.2 zone, we're very likely going to continue breaking down. And if you see right here, the monthly just freshly silver crossed towards the downside, where the 21 dropped below the 55. So we should expect a test of this meme line right here before a little bit of a bounce, like around $9.63. But ultimately, we're probably going to break down from there and go down towards that $8 number. Our HPR momentum on the monthly is breaking sharply towards the downside, is breaking into the bearish control zone, while volatility is pointed up to support it. So volatility is expanding with the momentum pointed down. And then the jewel is also giving us a fresh dark blue sell signal. Go to the weekly. The weekly is trying to bounce over here. Let me expand. It's still rejecting the top blue bottom blue 38.2 zone. So despite this being like a inverted hammer at this so from a downtrend or from two red candles, if it doesn't close above this blue 38.2 zone, it's still considered bearish, and it's rejecting the 5 EMA as well. Our momentum is pointed up on the HPR momentum, and the volatility is pointed down, which gives you a statistical probability of hitting the median. Right now, the median is at $11.26, but it's going to go down on this next weekly open. We only have 2 hours and 31 minutes to go before the weekly closes. Very likely, this comes down towards either this 9 EMA, which is at $11.09, or this 5 EMA, but it's more likely it comes down to the 5 because it's been the 5 every time. And that one sits at $10.83. Then we get that those conditions met where it tests the median based off the volatility contracting, and then from there, if it rejects the median, we're going to break down towards that $8 number. Let's see if there's any divergences on this. I see
There's going to be a few bearish.
The ticker is F. Quarterly. Nothing on the quarterly, monthly. Nope. Nothing here. No, we're not getting any divergences. Nothing. I guess we can look at the momentum pivots and then we can get an idea from there. Because the RSI is also a momentum indicator. So quarterly is pointed down. Stochastic momentum is pointed down as long as price is below $17.21. And also it's being rejected from the bullish control zone. Then it tried to flip back up and get out of the bearish control zone, and that rejected as well. So now we're solidly within the bearish control zone, and we were not able to get out of it. On the monthly, momentum is pointed down as long as price is below $12.17. And it's also rejecting the neutral zone, and it's flipping down into the bearish control zone. And the volatility is starting to tick up as well, just to support that momentum towards the downside. On the weekly, we are flipped up a little bit. We have a fresh silver cross on the weekly. Momentum is pointed up as long as we're above $9.90. But what's very likely to happen is we come back to retest this 5 EMA and reject it around $11, and then continue with this silver cross towards the downside. 5-day momentum is pointed up as long as it's above $10.02. Supports that bounce up towards $11 before it ends up rolling over for that silver cross. 2 days up above $10.35. Volatility is dropping. That tells you that this move up is very likely to be corrective, and we should expect a lower high. On the daily, momentum is pointed up above $10.32. Volatility is ticking down as well. So that also tells you that we should be probably going to be getting a lower high to meet that silver cross 9 EMA and reject from there. I think you're muted.
What the fuck? I made some really quality jokes out there. No wonder what. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't. But I never make quality jokes. Anything else you guys want to add to this before we go, so you guys can go get some rest after looking at all this shit? And I'll tell everybody. I'll do the shameless plug before we go and all that stuff.
I got nothing to add.
Not perfect. Always a smooth stream. Thank you, boys.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll see you later. Thank you. Bueno, vamos a cerrar esto viendo el gráfico de Ford. No se preocupen, no tienen que ver mi cara horrenda. Antes que nada, quiero quitar todos mis indicadores. Quiero que vean esto, ¿ok? Esta es hablemos de tendencias de largo plazo y veamos a Ford. El máximo de Ford está en los $37 y ocurrió en 1999. De ahí que vimos un alto más bajo en los 31. De ahí vimos un alto más bajo en los 25, pero la gente acá puede decir, güey, tranquilo, aquí está haciendo un bajo y un bajo más alto. Bien validado, podría ser, ¿no? A fin de cuentas, esto va a ir subiendo por acá y esta línea es bastante importante en mi opinión. Ahorita van a ver por qué, ¿ok? Eso es la mensual. Cuando vemos la mensual y nos vamos a acercar ahora, quiero que vean, normalmente cuando... Carajo, por el amor de Dios, Alejandro, ponte las pilas, mijo. Podemos ver que acabamos de tener un cruce plateado a la baja, un silver cross por acá, y ahora el mismo 21 va a caer bajo el 100, donde el 9 ya cayó del promedio de los 200, y eso pasó acá. O sea, para que lo puedan ver más de cerca, 9, línea azul, SMA 200 está acá, y acá tuviste el cruce plateado que te dio este tirón sotototote, ¿ok? Esto es la mensual. Ahora, los quiero llevar a la semanal por esto. En la semanal, quiero que vean, este tope fue el 2021. Esto, 2022. Esto, 2023. Esto, 2024. ¿Qué tiene todo eso en común? Un alto más bajo, damas y caballeros, por supuesto de que sí. Y acá tienes este bajo, ¿no? Este bajo y un bajo más bajo, acá. lo que nos dice, estamos en una tendencia bajista en los próximos meses, porque este es un gráfico semanal. Voy a quitar esos dibujitos, ¿vale? Y ahora los voy a acercar para que vean más por acá. Puedes ver que el promedio de la 9 está justamente en los 11.10. Cuando tienes un cruce plateado en la semanal, ¿qué es lo que va a ir a buscar el precio? Siempre retestear la 9, bajar. Lo que nosotros creemos, porque es el precio de Ford haciendo bajos más bajos, porque no, y por cierto, no hay divergencias alcistas, no hay divergencias bajistas, simplemente el momentum y la volatilidad apoyan de que esto tiene cara de que va a favorecer el movimiento a la baja. Es que decimos que muy probablemente el precio venga a rebotar hasta los 11, máximo 11.53, que es en este momento donde se encuentra más o menos el promedio de los 21, y de ahí se dio un girón para abajo, creando un nuevo alto más bajo del que ya creo acá. Entonces, si crea un alto más grande que este, bien, pero sería un alto más bajo que el de acá, que tiene también una vela de tope y tienes todas estas ineficiencias en el precio. Cuando volteas a ver la diaria, hay más confluencia en lo que estamos diciendo. Puedes ver que está intentando crear momentum para trepar. Se trepó en la 9, rechazado por el 21 y en este momento está haciendo una vela de tope tal cual, aquí mismo. Pero el promedio de los 100 y el promedio de los 55, si lo pones por acá en medio, está en los 11.47, lo que todavía nos dice que probablemente podamos venir a retestear eso antes de que siga cayendo el precio de Ford. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto fue el casino de su tío Salo con Parkan, con Alex, por supuesto que sí, Elite Trading Academy. No se olviden de darse una vuelta en nuestro Discord. Se los digo hoy, se los digo mañana. Vengan a decir hola, este es el Discord. Les dejé la invitación aquí abajo en la descripción del video. Es gratis. Aquí están las reglas del juego. Este es un chat de moderadores, el Town Hall que no debía haber metido. Un segundo. Me salgo. Un segundo. Ahí está. Tienen el análisis de Alex. Espérame. Never allow. Ok. Ok, no me interesa ver esto. El análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, el general, el chat general. Aquí tienen Criptolingo para poder aprender todas las cosas. Tienen para poder compartir con nosotros sus ganancias, sus pérdidas, para pedirnos cualquier tipo de tabla. Testimoniales que de nuevo serían agradecidos para ahora que lo vamos a trepar al sitio web. Tenemos noticias, tenemos de todo. Dense una vuelta. Wow, no les enseñé nada. Aquí lo tienen, no importa, sea lo que sea, señores. Aquí lo tienen, súper fácil de usar. Aquí está. Qué bueno que no les enseñé nada, que de todas maneras me hubieran visto fallar tremendamente el análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan. Todo esto a la izquierda son básicamente los grupos de chat. Acá es el general, vénganse a dar una vuelta. Criptolingo, nuestras gráficas de pérdidas, ganancias, etcétera. Aquí lo tienen, está en la descripción de abajo. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos el día de hoy, estuvo divertido. Nos vemos la próxima semana, el lunes, pero para todos los degenerados como Alex, como Farhan, ahí está el Discord abierto 24 horas al día, 7 días a la semana, y encontrarán que estos tíos están analizando el precio de Bitcoin todo el día, sin falla. Les mando un abrazo, pórtense bien y nos vemos al rato.